Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Frostbound Trail, the mountain's sudden chill. The sun was warm on my neck when I stepped onto the trail, but the air tasted faintly metallic, like a penny pressed against my tongue. Peace. The word felt strange in my mouth. I was heading to a cabin tucked away in the northern part of the Cascades, a place that didn't even appear on most maps. My boss at the magazine had laughed when I mentioned it, shaking his head like I was chasing ghosts. "You're really going off-grid, huh?" he'd said. I didn't know if he was mocking me or genuinely impressed. It didn't matter. This trip was supposed to be a break from the buzz of city life, a chance to breathe without the constant hum of deadlines and emails. The trail was narrow but well-trodden, winding through towering firs and tangled underbrush. My pack was heavier than I expected, the straps digging into my shoulders, but I welcomed the physicality. It grounded me. I paused to catch my breath and glance back. The village I had left was a scattering of wooden houses, smoke curling from chimneys, the occasional bark of a distant dog tarried on the crisp air. A few locals were about, but none looked my way. I was a stranger here, in more ways than one. I tried to remember the advice the rental owner gave me: don't be fooled by the weather. The mountain can turn on a dime. I nodded politely, but the sun still shone, and the sky remained stubbornly clear. My fingers brushed against the rough bark of a cedar as I continued, feeling the grooves and ridges beneath my skin. It was oddly comforting. Then the first oddity, a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. Something darted between the trees, too fast to identify. A rabbit. A fox. I stopped, heart picking up pace despite myself, but all I saw was the shifting shadows and a patch of moss that looked like it had been disturbed recently. I crouched, brushing aside leaves. Fresh tracks. Not animal, at least not entirely. The imprint of a boot, but oddly shallow, as if the ground had been softened before the step was taken. I shook my head. Probably a hiker, like me, who'd passed through earlier. No need to spin stories. I slipped my hand into my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone. No signal. Perfect. Just like the brochure said. The temperature felt cooler now, though the sun was still high. A cold breeze whispered through the branches, carrying an unexpected sharpness, like the edge of an item sliding along my skin. I zipped my jacket up a notch and pressed forward. About an hour later, the weather shifted. It was subtle at first. The light dimmed, as if someone had drawn a veil over the sun, and the leaves ceased their rustling. Then a sudden drop in temperature, the air turning wet and heavy. I blinked, and the blue sky vanished, replaced by a thick, gray fog rolling in like a tide. I could hear the faint patter of rain, cold and insistent, beginning to freeze on my face. The moisture clung to my hair and clothes, chilling me to the bone. I stopped again, the world reduced to a narrow circle of visibility around me. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their outlines blurred by the fog. The scent of pine was overwhelmed by something else, a faint, acrid smell, like burnt rubber or chemicals. I twisted my head, trying to locate it, but the fog swallowed sound and scent alike. "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the mist. No answer. Just the steady hiss of freezing rain settling onto leaves and ground. I pulled my jacket tighter, my hands trembling slightly. The trail, once clear, now dissolved into a slippery mess of mud and wet rocks. I squinted ahead, trying to pick out the next marker, but the path vanished. I told myself to keep moving, to not let panic creep in. I thought about turning back, but the village was already distant, and the thought of retracing my steps in this fog made my stomach twist. The fog thickened, and then, oddly, the rain stopped. Just like that. The air grew unnervingly still, colder than before. My breath came out in sharp, white bursts. I glanced down and saw frost forming on the needles and leaves, an unnatural chill for early autumn. I shivered and looked around. The woods were silent again. No birds, no animals, no wind. Something about the sudden change felt deliberate. But how? Weather didn't just flip like a switch. Not without a storm front moving in. I had checked the forecast twice before leaving. Clear skies. No rain. No fog. I had a creeping suspicion that someone was watching me. Not the imagined, paranoid kind, but the very real, flesh and blood kind. I smiled bitterly at myself. Paranoia was a luxury for city folks. Out here, it was a survival tool. I kept walking, slower now, every sense on high alert. Then I heard it, faint, mechanical humming, like a distant generator or pump. It was subtle, but unmistakable against the otherwise natural soundscape. I froze. The sound came from somewhere beneath the mountain, I was sure of it. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was some weather station or maintenance equipment for the cabins. But the locals had told me the area was off limits and rarely accessed. The rental owner's warnings suddenly felt less like casual advice and more like veiled threats. I pulled my phone out again, hoping for a signal. Nothing. The screen glowed dimly, showing the time and battery life dwindling. I tucked it back in and looked up. The fog was starting to thin, but the sun had disappeared completely behind a low bank of clouds. My fingers were numb, and the taste of cold metal lingered on my tongue. I thought about the cabin I was heading toward, its wooden walls, the fireplace, the promise of warmth and safety. But if the weather could change so quickly here, what else was hidden beneath the surface? I stepped off the path and stumbled into a clearing, my boots sinking into mossy ground damp with frost. The faint smell of burnt rubber was stronger now. I scanned the area and spotted something half buried near the base of a tree, a rectangular panel, metallic, with a small hatch sealed tight. I crouched, brushing away leaves and dirt. There were no markings, just the cold, smooth surface and the hum of machinery beneath it. A shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I heard footsteps then, crunching through the underbrush, slow, deliberate. I froze, heart in my throat. The fog was returning, thick and suffocating. Lost, a voice called out, calm but edged with something I couldn't place. I didn't answer. I didn't move. The footsteps stopped nearby. Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it? The voice said again. I swallowed, the metallic taste sharper now, and realized I was no longer alone on the mountain. Not by accident. The fog swallowed the clearing, and with it, my certainty. Silence. Complete silence. The voice had stopped just a few feet away, close enough that I could hear the faint rasp of breath and the scrape of fabric against bark. I didn't want to look up, but the fog pressed me like a weight, and the metallic panel beneath my hands felt colder, somehow more alien. I swallowed, trying to steady the trembling in my fingers. Lost, the voice repeated, softer this time, but with a hint of something like amusement. I finally lifted my head, blinking into the thick gray veil, and there he was, a man in a dark jacket, his face half hidden beneath a knitted cap. His eyes were sharp, scanning me like a surveyor measuring a landscape. There was no smile, but the tone wasn't hostile yet. Not yet. I'm just exploring, I said, voice rough, not trusting it. He stepped forward slowly, deliberately, and I noticed the way his boots barely made a sound on the mossy ground. "This isn't a place for wandering," he said. "Especially not alone." I nodded, though I didn't feel like agreeing. "I didn't mean to intrude," I added, glancing back at the panel. "What is this?" His eyes flicked down to it, then back to me. "You shouldn't be poking around there." I pressed my hands flat against the cold metal, trying to mask my unease. The hum beneath was steady, a low vibration that seemed to pulse in time with my quickening breath. "Why?" I asked. "What's underneath this mountain?" He hesitated, and for a moment the fog swallowed us both. Then, with a slow exhale, he said, "That's not for outsiders. People here like to keep it that way." I studied his face, searching for a crack in the calm. Instead, I found something else, an unspoken warning. But I wasn't ready to back down. "Look, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to understand. The weather, did you have something to do with it? The sudden shift? It's not natural." His gaze hardened. "You're poking at things better left alone." Something cold settled in my stomach. This wasn't just about weather. It was about control. About secrets buried deep, not just in soil but in silence. I hadn't come this far to be intimidated. "I need to see," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "If there's something hidden, I want to know why." He looked around quickly, then lowered his voice. "Fine. But not here." He motioned toward a narrow path winding up a ridge, almost invisible in the fog. "Come." I hesitated, weighing the risk. But curiosity was a stubborn thing, and I followed. The path twisted sharply, the damp earth squelching beneath my boots. The fog clung tighter, and the faint smell of burnt rubber lingered, sharper now, like a warning. As we walked, I kept glancing at the man, trying to read him. No name. No introductions. Just this silent escort into the unknown. After 10 minutes, we reached a small clearing. A battered wooden shed stood off to one side, its paint peeling and windows grimy. The smell inside was sharp, like chemicals and damp wood. He pushed open the door without knocking. Inside, the dim light revealed a cluttered space, shelves lined with weather instruments, wires, and strange devices I didn't recognize. A monitor flickered softly in the corner, casting a pale glow on maps pinned haphazardly across the walls. "This is where it starts," he said, finally breaking the silence. "People think the weather's just nature. But here, we can bend it. Shift it. Keep things hidden." I stared at the screens, showing patterns of wind and pressure, graphs that seemed to pulse in real time. "How?" He tapped a metal box on the desk. "Microclimate control. It's not magic. It's science. Manipulating airflow, temperature, humidity. We create the fog, the rain, the cold. All to keep what's buried beneath the mountain out of sight." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The burnt rubber smell made more sense now, exhaust from generators, the mechanical breath of this secret machine. "Why?" I asked. "What are you hiding?" He looked away, voice low. "Something old. Something dangerous if it got out. The locals made a pact, keep it buried, keep the weather shifting, keep outsiders away." I wanted to press further, but a sudden noise outside snapped my attention. A dog barking, sharp, distant, and then silence. "People don't like strangers asking questions," he said without looking back. "Especially about the mountain." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of it all. The fog outside thickened, swallowing the shed's edges, turning the world into a soft blur. The temperature dropped, ice crystals beginning to form on the window pane. "Can I trust you?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. He met my eyes then, steady and unyielding. That depends on what you're planning to do with what you find out. A knot tightened in my throat. I realized then that this wasn't just about uncovering secrets. It was about survival, mine, theirs, maybe even something larger. The mountain wasn't just hiding something beneath its soil. It was hiding a story, one tangled with fear and silence, controlled by people willing to do whatever it took to keep the truth buried. Outside, the storm was gathering strength. I could hear the wind now, howling like a living thing, pushing against the fragile walls of the shed. I glanced back at the panel in the clearing, the steady and insistent in my memory. The weather wasn't just chaos, it was a shield. And I had just stepped through it. The storm hit full force by dawn. I pulled the thin blanket tighter around my shoulders. The man, Tom, I learned his name the night before, was still asleep on the cot beside mine, his face calm but tense. I stared at him for a long moment. Could I trust him? He'd said it depended on what I planned to do with what I found out. That line twisted in my gut. I didn't know what that meant yet. But I did know I was past the point of no return. The mountain, the weather, the locals, they weren't just keeping secrets. They were locking me in. The day before, when the sun had vanished, the fog rolled in like a curtain dropping on a stage. Inside that mist, the world seemed to shrink. I realized then that the weather wasn't random. It was orchestrated, artificially engineered to keep prying eyes off the mountain's root. The hum I heard wasn't a natural sound. It was the pulse of some hidden mechanism, something massive. And now, with the storm raging, there was no chance of leaving. The dirt road was slick with mud. The forest paths were slicker. No one would dare drive through this weather, not without risking a crash. I glanced at the small window beside the door. Ice crystals had started to form along the edges, delicate and sharp as glass shards. Outside, the wind was a low, persistent growl. It didn't sound like the wind I'd known in other mountains. This one felt deliberate, almost mechanical. I shivered, rubbing my hands on my jacket, and pulled on my boots. I needed answers. No more hiding. Tom stirred then, opening one eye. His voice was low, rough from sleep. You're not thinking of going out there now, are you? I hesitated. I have to. If this weather is controlled, if the locals have been manipulating it. I need to know how. He sat up slowly, rubbing his face. You're chasing ghosts. That machine out there, it's dangerous. Not because it'll hurt you physically, but because it's a trap. People here don't take kindly to outsiders poking around. That's what worries me, I said, voice steady but my fingers trembling. They're hiding something beneath that mountain. I can feel it. If what they're doing is to protect that secret, then whatever it is, it must be important. Tom snorted softly. Important? It's a mass. A mistake. A wound they're trying to cover up. I waited for him to explain, but he looked away, eyes clouded with something, regret, maybe guilt. The silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. You don't have to do this alone, he said finally, voice barely above a whisper. But once you step out there, you can't turn back. Not really. The gravity of those words settled over me like the fog. No turning back. The road behind me was gone, not just physically, but in every sense that mattered. I was trapped on this mountain with its cold, calculated weather and its colder, more calculating people. Later that morning, the rain slackened to a fine drizzle, but the fog refused to budge. We left the shed and made our way to the clearing where I'd seen the panel. The ground was slick and treacherous, every step required focus. Tom moved with ease, a local's confidence in the unpredictable terrain. I stumbled more than once, tasting the sour tang of mud in my mouth. The panel was there, just as I remembered, a squat metal box, its surface frosted over, wires sneaking from it like veins into the earth and up into the trees. It hummed softly beneath the rain, a low vibration that seemed to echo in my chest. "How long has this been here?" I asked. Tom shrugged. "Years. Decades, maybe. The town's elders keep it running. They've got their hands on everything: power, weather, even the land itself." "Why?" I pressed, stepping closer, the cold metal biting my fingers through my gloves. "Because underneath this mountain," he glanced around nervously, voice dropping, "there's something they're desperate to keep buried. Not just dirt or rocks. Something that could ruin them." "Like what?" I asked. My pulse quickened. He shook his head. "I don't know exactly. But I've heard stories, old ones, whispered when the fog gets thick and the night is long. Something about a disaster covered up, lives lost, people erased from records. The kind of secret that eats a town from the inside out." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking into the damp air. "And the weather? The storm? Cover. Shield. Distraction. The fog and cold keep outsiders away. If the weather's unpredictable, no one will come looking too close." Looking back at the panel, I noticed a small blinking light, a pale green dot flickering steadily. It was alive. Someone was still operating it, monitoring it. "Can we shut it down?" I asked, voice almost hopeful. Tom laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "You shut that down, you might trigger something worse. The system's connected to old sensors, pressure valves beneath the mountain. If it fails, who knows what happens: landslides, flooding, maybe worse." I leaned in, tracing the wires with my eyes as they disappeared beneath the mossy soil. The thought of triggering a landslide sent a shiver down my spine, unrelated to the cold. "Then what choice do I have?" I muttered. "If I want to know the truth, I have to go deeper. Through the fog, past the machine, under the mountain." Tom's face hardened. "You're walking into a trap. The locals won't just watch. Some of them will stop you. They've been waiting for anyone curious enough to come this far." I glanced back toward the shed, the only shelter for miles. "Is there a way out if it goes wrong?" "No," he said flatly. "That road's washed out. The storm's not letting up. You're stuck, one way or another." I swallowed again, the taste bitter and cold at the back of my throat. I'd imagined this trip as a simple hike, a chance to escape the city's noise and maybe uncover a forgotten piece of history. Now it was something else entirely. A trap. A test. A descent into a story the mountain wanted to keep locked away. "We start tonight," I said, already knowing there was no other option. Tom nodded slowly. "I'll come with you. But I don't make promises about what'll happen." The wind picked up again, rattling the trees and whipping the fog into ghostly shapes that danced just beyond sight. The mountain seemed to breathe around us, alive with secrets and warnings. As we turned away from the panel, I felt the full weight of what I'd stumbled into. No more half measures. No more turning back. The mountain's secret was mine now, tangled in the bitter cold and the unyielding fog. And whatever waited beneath the earth, it was watching. The night pressed down like a weight, thick and suffocating. "We start tonight," I'd said, but I wasn't sure if I meant it to steel myself or convince him, or maybe just to stop the tremble in my voice. It wasn't just the cold or the storm, it was the knowledge now packed under my skin, the way the mountain's secret felt like a living thing, breathing beneath our feet. Tom's nod was slow, hesitant. "I'll come with you. But I don't make promises about what'll happen." His voice was low, gravelly, like the wind had already worn it down. The storm hadn't let up. If anything, it had worsened. Rain sliced through the fog in icy needles, and every breath tasted like metal, sharp and bitter. I swallowed hard, the bitter tang settling in the back of my throat. The panel we'd seen, an unassuming metal box half buried at the trail's edge, was the source of it all. The machinery inside must be controlling the microclimate, twisting the weather into a tool. But why? What were they hiding? We moved forward, the crunch of what leaves underfoot the only steady sound. My flashlight caught a flicker of movement, a rabbit. No, too big. A dog? A figure? I blinked, and it was gone. The fog played tricks, and I knew I was losing my grip on what was real. Do you think they're still watching? I asked Tom, voice low, barely a whisper. He shrugged, but his eyes didn't leave the darkness. Doesn't matter. They want to scare us off. Maybe just keep us from digging too deep. It's what they do around here. The thoughts settled over me like the cold. The locals weren't just passive guardians of their mountain, they were active, manipulating the very environment to keep something buried. And now, we'd stepped into their game. After what felt like an hour, the trees thinned, and we reached the slope leading downwards, a jagged path slick with mud, carved roughly into the hillside. Tom hesitated. This is it, he said. The old mine shaft. I nodded, swallowing the lump of unease growing in my throat. The mine shaft was the reason the locals wanted to hide the mountain's secret. Something was buried deep beneath that earth, and they'd go to terrifying lengths to keep it there. The air shifted suddenly. The fog thickened, swirling as if alive. I could hear faint voices, distant, carried on the wind. Whispered warnings or threats, maybe both. I stopped, heart hammering, trying to place the sound. Tom looked at me, eyes wide. We're not alone, he said. A cold sweat broke out along my spine, but I pushed forward. There was no turning back now, not with the storm and the mountain pressing down so tightly. The mine's entrance yawned before us, a dark maw in the earth, framed by rusted beams and crumbling stone. I swallowed again, the metallic taste in my mouth stronger now. The air smelled of damp earth and rust, with a faint chemical tang I couldn't place. Tom flicked his light inside, the beam disappearing into the blackness. Ready? He asked. I nodded, though my hands trembled. We stepped inside. The temperature dropped sharply, the cold biting through my jacket and settling deep in my bones. The walls glistened with moisture, and the floor was slick with mud and scattered debris. Every step echoed, a hollow sound that seemed to stir the darkness. Then, something shifted. A faint hum, low and mechanical, reverberated through the tunnel. I stopped, heart racing. The sound was coming from farther in, deeper than we'd expected. Do you hear that? I whispered. Tom nodded, tightening his grip on his flashlight. They're running something down here. The weather controls. Maybe more. We moved cautiously, following the hum until we reached a narrow chamber carved out of the rock. Inside, panels lined the walls, screens flickering with static, wires sneaking across the floor, and strange devices I couldn't begin to understand. The air was thick with the smell of oil and ozone. My eyes caught an open crate by the corner, filled with metal canisters labeled with symbols I didn't recognize. I bent closer, heart pounding. The labels looked official, stamped with a faded government seal. What the hell is this? I muttered. Before Tom could answer, a sharp noise cracked behind us, a shout. The fog had cleared enough outside for a flashlight beam to sweep across the entrance. Figures emerged from the trees, their faces obscured by scarves and hoods. My breath hitched. They must have known we'd come, Tom said grimly. Panic clawed at my chest. The isolation of the mountain felt complete now, the trap tightening. I backed toward the chamber's entrance, trying to keep my voice steady. We don't want trouble. Just answers. One of the figures stepped forward, a woman's voice cutting through the cold. You don't get answers here. Not without paying a price. The words hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, heavy and threatening. I could taste the iron tang of fear mixing with the sweat on my lips. The mountain had revealed its secret, but it wasn't just the weather manipulation or the buried machinery. It was the people, the ones who turned this place into a fortress of silence and shadows. Tom's jaw clenched. We're leaving. Now. No, the woman said, stepping closer. You're staying. Until you understand. The cold outside was nothing compared to the chill now settling in my bones. The fog rolled in again, swallowing the edges of the tunnel, and with it, any hope of escape. The mountain's secret wasn't just buried in the earth, it was alive in the fear, the control, and the silent watchfulness of those who guarded it. And as the figures closed in, I realized the worst was still to come. The fog had thickened to the point where the tunnel's mouth was nothing more than a gray smear against the dark. I didn't want to understand. I wanted to run. But running wasn't an option. Not then. Not with the fog swallowing the path, and those figures standing like shadows at the edge of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. Tom was close beside me, his jaw tight, eyes darting between the shapes in the mist. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his fists clenched at his sides, knuckles pale beneath the cold. He glanced at me once, and I saw the same mix of frustration and fear mirrored in his gaze. Neither of us said a word. Silence. Complete silence. The woman stepped forward again, her breath visible in the freezing air, a faint mist curling from her lips. You don't get to leave until you see it for yourself. Her voice was low, but there was a steel beneath it, a kind of unyielding conviction that made my skin crawl. The others didn't move, just watched. Like they were waiting for something to break. To crack. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe through the icy air, tasting the sharp bitterness of fear mixed with the clean tang of the mountain's cold. My fingers trembled as I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small flashlight, its beam cutting a narrow slice through the fog. Show me, I said, voice rough. The woman's eyes flicked over me, sharp and unreadable. Then she turned, starting back down the tunnel, and the others followed. Tom hesitated, then stepped after them. I had no choice but to follow. We moved deeper, the fog swirling around us like a living thing, thickening until it felt like walking underwater. The ground beneath my boots was uneven, slick with ice and patches of frozen moss. Every sound, our footsteps, the scrape of clothing against stone, seemed amplified in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a wide cavern. A single, flickering bulb hung from the ceiling, casting weak light over a crude wooden table cluttered with papers, maps, and strange instruments I didn't recognize. This is the heart of it, the woman said, voice echoing against the rough stone walls. She gestured to the maps spread across the table. The system that controls the weather here. The reason the mountain never lets outsiders see what lies beneath. I knelt down, my breath fogging the cold air as I traced the lines and symbols with a trembling finger. The maps detailed a series of vents, fans, and pipes running deep into the earth, all designed to manipulate temperature and moisture, everything from fog generation to localized freezing rain. It was impossible. How? I barely managed. How long has this been going on? Longer than you think, she said, folding her arms. Decades. The locals have spent years hiding what's buried beneath the mountain. They've built this whole system to keep the weather just right, to keep people away. I looked up at her, searching for something, remorse, guilt, a hint of the person beneath the cold exterior, but found only a tired, hard set to her jaw. "And what exactly is buried beneath the mountain?" Tom asked, stepping forward. His voice was low, cautious. The woman hesitated, then nodded toward a narrow passageway branching off from the cavern, shrouded in shadow. "That's where you'll find out." The air grew colder as we moved down the passage, the walls closing in until I could feel the rough stone pressing against my shoulders. My breath came in shallow gasps, the damp chill seeping into my bones. At the end of the tunnel, a rusted metal door stood half open, revealing a cramped chamber filled with crates and old machinery, coated in layers of dust and grime. "What is all this?" I whispered. "Evidence," she said, stepping aside. "Proof of what the mountain holds and what we've been sworn to protect." I stepped inside, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand. The crates were stamped with faded labels, scientific equipment, samples, documents. The air smelled of damp earth and rust, a metallic tang that lingered in my mouth. Then I saw it. A small, sealed container, half buried beneath a tarp, marked with warnings I couldn't quite decipher. My heart pounded against my ribs. "What is that?" I asked, voice barely audible. The woman's eyes darkened. Something the world wasn't ready for. Something dangerous enough that keeping it hidden was the only way to protect everyone. I swallowed hard, a bitter taste rising in my throat. The weight of it all pressed down, the lies, the manipulation, the cold fear that had gripped me since the first shift in the weather. "Why tell me?" I asked, voice trembling. "Because you needed to know," she said simply. "Because the mountain always finds a way to keep its secrets. And sometimes, those secrets need to be carried out into the light." Tom looked at me, eyes wide, and I realized how much had changed between us. The stubborn determination that had driven us here was now tangled with doubt and exhaustion. We stayed in that chamber for a long time, the silence thick with unspoken questions. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside, the cold was something else entirely, an echo of the mountain's long-held secrets, and the heavy price of uncovering them. When we finally emerged, the fog had lifted, the sky a pale wash of dawn. The air smelled fresher, somehow less oppressive. The woman watched us go, her face unreadable. "Remember what you've seen," she said quietly. "Some things can't be unseen." I turned back once, the mountain looming behind us, silent and vast. I could still feel the chill in my bones, the weight of the secrets buried beneath the earth, and the knowledge that some truths come with a cost no one can escape. Walking away, my steps slow and deliberate, I tasted the cold air on my lips and knew I was different now. The mountain had changed me, just as it had changed those who lived in its shadow. And I wasn't sure if I'd ever truly leave it behind. Story 2. Contaminated fuel. Engines turned deadly. There was a chill in the air that morning, the kind that made the back of my neck itch and my breath hang in little clouds. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and damp asphalt, mixed with the faint tang of pine from the woods behind the station. There was a quiet hum in the background, the distant rumble of a logging truck somewhere beyond the trees. The sun was still low, casting long shadows across cracked concrete, and the whole place looked like a snapshot from a time when the world moved slower, when you could trust a pump without second-guessing what went into your engine. I pulled up to the pump and killed the engine, the sudden silence inside the cab feeling oddly loud. The pump handle felt cold in my hand, the plastic worn smooth from years of use. I glanced around. A faded sign taped to the window caught my eye. "We apologize for the delay in deliveries. Please check your fuel carefully." I squinted, wondering if I'd read that right. Delay in deliveries? The station was always empty on weekdays except for the few locals who trickled through. I figured it was just some new management trying to cover their tracks, or maybe a supplier mix-up. The nozzle clicked into place, and I started pumping regular unleaded. The numbers ticked up, $1.20, $25, and I watched the fuel meter with a mild suspicion that made no sense. The pump sputtered once, then stopped. I shook the handle gently, trying again, but nothing. Strange. I glanced around. Nobody else was near, no other drivers waiting or complaining. The station's old radio crackled faintly from inside the convenience store, playing some country song stuck on repeat. The smell of stale coffee drifted out each time the door opened. I gave the pump a few more tries, then cursed under my breath. "Great," I muttered, slamming the handle back. My hands felt sticky, maybe from the lingering scent of fuel or just nerves. I slid back into the driver's seat, the worn leather creaking under me. The engine roared to life, but when I shifted into gear, the car hesitated. A judder in the engine. Not right. I frowned. I pulled forward slowly, out of the pump's way, and turned off the engine again. Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe the fuel was fine, but the pump was faulty. Or maybe I was just overthinking it. That's what I told myself anyway. The station's single attendant, a thin man with a weathered face and a baseball cap pulled low, stepped outside just then, wiping his hands on a rag. He gave me a nod that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Trouble with the pump?" I asked, voice low enough to avoid carrying too far. He shook his head slowly. "No deliveries all week. Pump's acting up more than usual. Folks been complaining about engines stalling after fill-ups." He glanced up the road, where a pickup truck sat idling a little ways off. "Haven't seen a mechanic in town since last month." I swallowed. "Stalling? You mean people's cars are breaking down?" "Mostly," he said. "Or sputtering. Some real bad luck. You planning to head out soon?" I nodded, eyes on the road. "Yeah. Just wanted to fill up and get home before dark." He gave a short laugh, more like a bark. "Good luck with that." The words hung in the air longer than I expected. I looked back to the pump, then down at the dashboard. A faint smell of something sour, like rotten eggs, wafted inside the cab. My stomach tightened. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling wouldn't shake. A couple of cars pulled in behind me, their engines cutting off one by one. Drivers stepped out, some shaking their heads, others muttering under their breath. The station suddenly felt smaller, more crowded than it had a minute ago. A woman in a red jacket paced near the door, her brow furrowed as she stared at the pumps. A man with a baseball cap leaned against his truck, arms crossed tight. "Can you believe this?" the woman said to nobody in particular, her voice sharp. "I filled up here yesterday, and my car died halfway home. Had to get a tow." The man grunted. "Same here. Engines fouled up, all of them. Looks like someone's messing with the fuel." I glanced around, trying to catch the attendant's eye again, but he was busy talking on a cracked cell phone, his voice low and urgent. I didn't catch what he said, only the occasional "no," and "we're trying." The sun climbed higher, but the cold didn't ease. I rubbed my arms, feeling the rough fabric of my jacket scratch against my skin. The concrete beneath my feet was gritty and cold. The faint odor of exhaust lingered, mixing with the sour fuel smell that refused to leave the air. I tried the pump again, hesitating before gripping the handle. The nozzle felt heavier this time, like it carried a secret I wasn't privy to. I squeezed, and the liquid flowed out, but something was wrong. The engine hesitated again when I restarted the car, coughing and sputtering in a way it never had before. The woman in the red jacket came over, her eyes sharp and a little wild. "You're not thinking of driving on that, are you? You'll be stranded like the rest of us." Her words weren't an accusation, but a warning. I nodded, swallowing the lump forming in my throat. I guess I'll have to call someone. Good luck, she said, stepping back. She crossed her arms, her gaze flicking between the pumps and the small cluster of stranded vehicles. I sat back down, the engine's growl struggling to catch. The radio crackled again, the same country song looping over and over. The attendant's figure moved behind the counter, visible through the grimy window, but he said nothing. Outside, the sky was clouding over. The wind picked up, rustling the dry leaves in the dirt beside the station. A dog barked somewhere far off, its voice lonely and distant. I glanced at my phone. No signal. Of course. I bit my lip. My fingers trembled slightly as I gripped the steering wheel. I'd always thought Miller's was just a quiet stop, a place to fill up and move on. But today, something had shifted. The silence felt heavier, thicker, as if the station itself was holding its breath. And maybe, so was I. The night pressed on, thick and quiet except for the occasional bark of that lonely dog, still echoing somewhere beyond the cracked horizon. I rubbed my hands together, trying to shake the chill creeping up my arms. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the dried leaves against the gravel, whispering secrets between the gas station and the dark woods beyond. I could still see the attendant behind the counter, his figure barely visible through the grime, but he didn't move, didn't speak. Just stood there like he was waiting for something or someone. I kept thinking about what the woman had said. Good luck. That wasn't just a parting phrase. It felt like a warning wrapped in a curse. I swallowed hard and finally turned off the engine. The silence inside the car was oppressive, heavy enough to press against my skin. I needed to move, to figure this out before whatever this was got worse. I couldn't just sit here and wait for the night to swallow me whole. Still, it wasn't just about me anymore. Out there, 3 other cars sat stranded, their drivers restless and angry. Tension hung in the air, thick enough to cut with an item. I could hear muffled voices coming from the pickup truck 2 spots down. A man's voice, sharp and demanding. A woman's, trembling with frustration. I swallowed a sigh. This wasn't just a mechanical problem anymore, it was turning into something else. Something ugly. I stepped out, the cold night air biting at my skin, smelling faintly of gasoline and something metallic underneath. The ground felt rough beneath my shoes, scattered with gravel and cracked bits of asphalt. As I walked toward the pickup, the voices grew clearer. I'm telling you, it's sabotage, the man said, pacing back and forth, his breath visible in the cold air. There's no way this just happened by accident. Maybe, the woman replied, her voice quieter but tense. But who'd want to do this? And why? Exactly. He stopped and squinted toward the pumps. We've all had the same problem, long fuel, engines ruined, no signal on our phones. Someone's messing with us, and I'm not waiting around to find out what for. I cleared my throat. You think someone here did this? He looked over, eyes sharp, sizing me up. If you're not with us, then maybe you're the problem. I felt my stomach twist. Not a good sign. The night was already thick with suspicion, and now it was turning us against each other. Before I could respond, a low rumble from the station's old diesel generator crackled to life, the lights flickering violently overhead. The attendant's outline shifted behind the counter, then vanished. The sudden noise startled everyone, breaking the tension for a moment. But only for a moment. We need to check the pumps, I said, trying to sound more certain than I felt. If someone tampered with the fuel, maybe there's evidence. The man nodded reluctantly. Fine. But we do it together. No funny business. I glanced around. The other drivers, a few more appeared now, had gathered near their cars, faces drawn tight with worry and exhaustion. One woman, clutching a thermos, kept glancing nervously toward the tree line where the shadows seemed to deepen. We approached the pump slowly. The night air smelled stronger here, gasoline, oil, and something else I couldn't place, sharp and acrid. I ran my fingers over the pump handles, cold and sticky with old grime. The digital display flickered, numbers jumping erratically as if struggling to stay alive. None of the usual reassuring clicks or hums. "Look at this," I said, pointing to the nozzle on pump 3. The seal was broken, the plastic cracked. "Someone's been here." The man frowned, crouching down to inspect it. "That's not just wear and tear." He pulled out a flashlight from his jacket pocket, the beam cutting through the dark. The inside of the pump's panel was exposed, wires twisted and some cut cleanly. Someone had sabotaged the system, no doubt. The air felt colder, heavier, like the station was watching us. "Why?" The woman with the thermos whispered, voice trembling. "Why would someone do this?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But it's not just random. It's targeted. Someone wants to keep us here, or worse." A sudden noise made us all jump, a metallic clang from behind the station, near the storage shed. The group tensed instantly, eyes darting toward the sound. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint smell of smoke and something burnt. "Probably just a raccoon," I said quickly, trying to steady my voice. But already, I wasn't sure if I believed it. The man looked at me, then at everyone else. "We can't stay here all night. We need to figure this out before someone loses their patience." I nodded, rubbing my hands together against the cold. "Agreed. I'm going to check the station's back room. Maybe there's a phone or a way to get a signal in there." "No way," the woman said sharply. "That place gives me the creeps. Besides, the attendant said nothing's working." I hesitated. She was right. But I had to try. If we were stuck here, at least knowing what we were dealing with might help. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We can't just sit and wait. We need answers. If the back room has anything, tools, a phone, a radio, we have to find it." The group exchanged uneasy glances. The man finally nodded. "All right. But I'm coming with you." We moved cautiously toward the station, the door creaking on rusted hinges as we pushed it open. The stale air hit me first, smell of old dust, mildew, and something faintly chemical. The dim light flickered overhead, casting long, uncertain shadows across shelves cluttered with forgotten junk, oil cans, empty boxes, an old tire leaning against the wall. I stepped inside, heart pounding louder than the creaks beneath my feet. The man followed, his flashlight sweeping the room. Then, near the back wall, I spotted it, a dusty landline phone, its cord tangled and knotted like some forgotten relic. I reached for it, fingers trembling slightly. The receiver felt cold and heavy in my hand. I lifted it to my ear. Silence. No dial tone. Nothing. Frustration swelled, tight and bitter. I set the phone down, then noticed a small, locked cabinet nearby. The paint was chipped, the lock rusted but still intact. I tried the handle, it didn't budge. "Got a key?" I asked, turning to the man. He shook his head. "No idea where the attendant keeps it." A sudden noise from outside made us both freeze, a car door slamming, footsteps crunching on gravel. The group outside was stirring again, voices raised in argument, anger flaring like sparks in a dry forest. I felt a cold sweat break across my back. "We need to get out of here," I said quietly, glancing back toward the door. "Before this gets worse." The man's face hardened. "And go where?" "We're stuck. All of us." I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and gasoline thick in my mouth. The station seemed to close in around us, a cage with no bars, but with a hunger all the same. Something was coming. I wasn't sure what yet. But the storm had started. And it wasn't just outside. It was inside all of us. The night weighed heavy, thick like the wet cotton shirt clinging to my skin inside the cramped storage closet. Every creak of the floorboards seemed louder now, almost accusatory. Outside, the voices hadn't died down. If anything, they'd grown rougher, sharper, like a flock of crows squawking over a fresh kill. I pressed my back harder against the chipped plaster wall, feeling its roughness bite through my shirt as I tried to steady my racing thoughts. The man with me, whose name I still didn't know, kept shining his flashlight toward the locked cabinet, his jaw tight, eyes flicking to the grimy phone on the shelf. The receiver's cold weight still lingered in my palm, an icy reminder of the silence that had swallowed every attempt at connection. Why would the attendant keep a phone, I muttered, and not even have it work? Unless... My voice trailed off. The thought was too grim to finish. Sabotage was one thing, but this was organized. A plan with layers, like peeling an onion that only brought tears, not answers. He shook his head again, running a hand through his tangled hair. Maybe they cut the lines on purpose. Stop anyone from calling out. Keep us trapped. The words sounded hollow, but the idea settled in my chest like a stone. There was no denying it now. We weren't just stuck here because of some random fuel mix-up. Someone wanted this, wanted all of us stranded and helpless. Then the noise outside shifted. A sudden, sharp clatter, like a bucket tipped over. Followed by a rough voice shouting, "Hey! Who's in there? You can't hide forever." The man's flashlight flicked toward the door, trembling. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear rising in my throat. "We need to get out," I said, voice low. "Before they come in." He nodded but glanced back at the cabinet, his eyes dark with frustration. If only I could get that open. Maybe there's something inside, keys, maybe a radio. I leaned forward, trying the lock again. It didn't budge, but the rust was brittle. I could almost hear it groaning under pressure. Maybe if we find something to pry it open with. My voice faltered as the door handle rattled. A breath caught in my throat. The door creaked inward just a crack, and a sliver of harsh fluorescent light spilled inside. I didn't dare move. "Listen," the voice said, rough but closer now, "we don't want trouble. But if you're hiding things, it'll be worse for you." I braced myself. The man behind me shifted, his hand finding mine in a quick, unexpected grip. Not reassuring, exactly, but grounding. Then, without warning, the door slammed shut again, and footsteps hurried away. A tense silence fell, broken only by the distant hum of stranded engines and the occasional bark of a restless dog. I exhaled slowly, realizing how much I'd been holding my breath. "We can't stay here," I said. "Not with people like that out there." He looked at me then, and I saw something crack in his expression, weariness, maybe even defeat. "You think this is about fuel? About money or spite?" "It's bigger. It's about control." The weight of his words sank in. If they cut phone lines and sabotage fuel, what was the end game? Keeping us here was just step one. I thought about the drivers stranded around the station, some angry, others desperate. The old man arguing with the woman about whose engine was ruined first. The young couple who tried to hitch a ride earlier and came back empty-handed, faces drawn tight with fear. No one was safe. Not really. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft scuffling near the window. I edged closer, heart hammering as I peered through the grime. Outside, shadows moved, but nothing concrete. Just the flicker of a flashlight beam. The man whispered, "They're watching us." I blinked, my throat dry. The air smelled stale, laced with damp plaster and something faintly metallic. Oil? Blood? Hard to say. "We have to find a way out," I said, my voice firmer now. "Before this place becomes a trap we can't escape." He nodded, pulling a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam weak but steady. "I've got an idea. But it means going back out there." I hesitated. Every instinct screamed no, but staying meant waiting for whatever was coming next. The locked cabinet haunted me. What if it held the key to everything? And what if trying to open it just made things worse? Still, the man's plan was the only shot we had. He explained it in quick bursts, words spilling out as if afraid to lose momentum. We'd sneak through the back, past the old tire pile, toward the service road. It was rough, overgrown, and only a half-mile from the main highway. If we could reach it, maybe someone would stop. I nodded, trying not to think about the voices outside, the tension snapping in the air, cold and heavy with silence like a live wire. We moved silently, slipping past the door and into the cool night. The air outside was sharper, filled with the scent of pine and wet earth. I breathed it in, trying to steady my shaking hands. The tire pile loomed ahead, black and hulking in the flashlight's glow. I stepped carefully, the rubber cold and gritty underfoot. Then I heard it, a low murmur, voices just beyond the trees. Not the angry shouts from before. More deliberate, calculated. We froze. The man raised his hand. "They've organized. This isn't random anymore." I swallowed the lump in my throat, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Suddenly, a figure stepped into the light, tall, lean, face half hidden by a hood. The voice was calm but carried an edge that made my skin crawl. "You shouldn't be here." I blinked, trying to process. Recognition dawned slowly. One of the stranded drivers. Or was he? Something about him didn't fit. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. He smiled thinly. "To survive. To make sure we all do." "You think this is sabotage?" "This is order, a new way." The words chilled me more than the night air. Behind him, others emerged from the shadows. Faces I'd seen earlier, eyes hard and unwelcoming. The point of no return. I knew it then. There was no going back to the innocent confusion of mixed-up fuel pumps or faulty machinery. Fog curled around the edges of the forgotten town, swallowing sounds and twisting familiar shapes into something unrecognizable. Desperation had turned us into something else. And now, trapped in this remote place with no working phone, no fuel, and no escape, I realized the real danger wasn't the ruined engines or the burned-out cars. It was the people. The man beside me squeezed my shoulder. "Welcome to the new reality." I swallowed hard, the taste bitter and cold. The night had shifted. The station was no longer just a place to refuel. It was a battleground. And the rules were changing fast. The cold night air bit through my jacket as I stood rooted to the gravel beside the gas station, the flickering neon sign casting half shadows across the cracked concrete. The man in the hood, his face still half swallowed by darkness, held a calm menace that made my skin crawl. Behind him, the others emerged like ghosts from the blackness of the trees, their eyes sharp, unblinking, waiting. "You shouldn't be here." The words landed like a slap. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat thickening as the weight of what they meant pressed down on me. It wasn't just sabotage anymore. Not a prank or a mistake. This was something else. A new order, as the man said. And I was on the outside. My hands trembled. Not from cold, but from the gravity of it all. I wanted to step back, to dissolve into the shadows, but my feet felt glued to the spot. Why? I managed, voice barely above a whisper. Why are you doing this? Stranding people, ruining their cars? What do you gain? He smiled thinly, that slow, deliberate curve of lips that didn't reach his eyes. Survival. You think this is chaos? No. This is control. The pump's wrong fuel, broken engines, it's a message. A reset. We're tired of waiting, of watching the world pass us by. The others shifted behind him, a low murmur rippling through the group like waves over stone. The air smelled of damp earth and gasoline, sharp and bitter against the scent of pine and rot. My mind raced. Who were these people, really? The stranded drivers? Or something darker, something born from desperation and fear? I glanced around. The old station's lights flickered erratically, buzzing overhead. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice, then silence swallowed the sound. The night felt too still, like the world was holding its breath. Look, I said, trying to steady my voice. I don't want trouble. I'm just trying to figure this out, what's happening to the station, to the cars. Maybe I can help. The man's eyes narrowed. Help? You think you can fix this mess by playing detective? It's bigger than you or me. A woman stepped forward, her face pale in the patchy light, eyes rimmed red from sleepless nights or endless worry. People are losing their minds out here, she said quietly, voice cracking. Fights. Accusations. It's tearing us apart. I nodded slowly, sensing the truth in her words. The tension was palpable. The community here was unraveling faster than any engine failure. We weren't always like this, she continued. We tried to warn the others. To get help. But the isolation, it changes you. I looked back at the man, then at the others. A fragile thread of hope flickered inside me, fragile but stubborn. Maybe we don't have to be enemies, I said. Maybe we can find a way through this. Together. He laughed, a harsh, dry sound that cracked the night. Together? There's no together anymore. Not out here. Before I could respond, a sudden noise shattered the fragile calm, a car sputtering, then dying just beyond the tree line. Head snapped toward the sound, muscles tensing. It's another one, someone muttered. The woman's face hardened. They're coming. More stranded. More chaos. Panic seeped into the group like poison. Whispers turned to heated voices. Fingers pointed. Old grudges surfaced like wounds reopened. I felt the atmosphere shift, the fragile thread snapping. The real danger wasn't the broken pumps or ruined engines, it was the way desperation was turning neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend. A man stepped forward, his face flushed, eyes wild. We should shut the station down. Stop the pumps. End this before it gets worse. Another voice protested. And what? Leave everyone stranded? Let them suffer? The argument spiraled, voices rising, the night echoing with sharp accusations and bitter recriminations. I stepped back, heart pounding, the weight of the situation pressing down harder with every passing second. The station, once just a place to refuel, had become a battlefield, a crucible where fear and suspicion melted the bonds that held us together. I wanted to say something, anything to calm the storm, but the words caught in my throat. Suddenly, the man in the hood raised his hand again, silencing the crowd like a wave crashing against cliffs. Enough. This isn't about blame. It's about survival. We either find a way to live with this or we perish apart. His voice was low, steady, but carried an edge that made me shiver. I scanned the faces around me. Exhausted, angry, afraid. And I realized then that whatever this new order was, it wasn't just about fuel or engines. It was about control. About who held power when everything else fell apart. I have an idea, I said, surprising myself. But it's risky. Heads turned. The tension didn't ease. If anything, it thickened. I took a breath, the cold air filling my lungs, tasting like metal and rain. There's a service station 30 miles east. Larger. Less isolated. If we could get there, maybe we could find answers, or at least fuel that works. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some faces lit with hope, others darkened with doubt. The woman nodded slowly. It's a long drive, but it might be our best chance. The man in the hood studied me, eyes sharp as item. And you think your car will make it? I glanced down at my vehicle, its engine still trembling after the last fill-up. I wasn't sure. It might die halfway. I might be stranded too. But standing there, surrounded by suspicion and fear, I knew inaction was worse. We have to try, I said. A heavy silence followed. Then the woman stepped forward, her voice steady. I'll go with you. Another couple volunteered. Slowly, the group began to organize, the first fragile threads of cooperation weaving through the darkness. As we prepared to leave, I caught the man in the hood watching me, a faint smile playing at his lips. You may not think so now, he said softly, but this journey will change everything. For better or worse. The engine rumbled to life, uneven and strained. Beneath the dim glow of the fading street lamp, shadows clung to the cracked pavement like reluctant memories. I glanced back once at the station, the flickering sign still glowing faintly in the night. Whatever lay down that road, there was no turning back. The descent into darkness had only just begun. The engine's rough growl carried us into the night, tires crunching over gravel that still smelled faintly of gasoline and burnt rubber. I kept one eye on the road, the other flicking to the rearview mirror where headlights from the rest of the convoy faded into the darkness behind us. The woman Mara, I'd learned, sat beside me, her fingers tapping in uneven rhythm against the dashboard. The couple, Tom and Lisa, were in the back, whispering, their voices low but urgent. At some point, I realized I wasn't thinking about the car's sputtering engine anymore. I was thinking about the gas station, the broken down cars, the way everyone had turned on each other like they'd been waiting for it. Not just anger or frustration, something colder. The kind that eats away at you from the inside out. The road ahead was long and empty, like an endless stretch of gray paper. The night was thick, the kind that absorbs sound and light, making you feel like you're moving through a void. The air smelled faintly of pine and something dusty, like old leather left in the sun. I swallowed hard and tried to focus, but my hands trembled so much I had to grip the wheel tighter. I don't know if this is going to work, I admitted finally, voice barely above a whisper. Mara glanced at me, eyes reflecting the dashboard's pale glow. Neither do I. But staying means waiting to run out of gas here. And that's not a choice. Tom's voice came from the back seat, dry and cautious. We'll make it. We have to. I nodded, though the knot in my stomach didn't ease. Somewhere deep in the back of my mind, a question pressed, insistent and unwelcome. What if the sabotage wasn't just about fuel? What if it was about us, about whatever it was that had turned neighbors into enemies? I'd been so focused on the engines, on the technical failures, that I hadn't seen the bigger picture. The gas wasn't the only thing broken. It was everything else, the trust, the kindness, the fragile threads that held us together. The night dragged on, and the car's engine wheezed but didn't die. Mara hummed a quiet tune, something soft and steady that seemed to hold the dark at bay, at least for a while. I caught myself leaning toward her, as if proximity could offer protection. At a rest stop an hour later, we pulled over beneath a flickering street lamp that buzzed and cracked like a live wire. The cold air hit me like a slap, sharp and real. I stepped out and breathed it in deep, the night's chill mixed with the faint smell of diesel and pine sap, something earthy and raw. Tom and Lisa joined me, their faces pale in the weak light. We stood close together, a small island of humanity in the vast silence. "I think people are scared," Lisa said quietly, her voice cracking. "Not just of running out of gas. Of what's happening to all of us." She was right. I could feel it too, the tension that stretched tight between every word, every glance. It was like we were all balancing on an item's edge, waiting for something to tip us over. Mara came up behind us, her breath visible in the cold. "We'll make it," she said again. "But only if we don't lose each other." Her words hung in the air, fragile but necessary. The next morning, the sun broke over the horizon in a wash of pale gold. It spilled through the cracked windshield, warming the car's interior just enough to chase off the night's chill. The engine was quieter now, smoother, as if it too had survived the darkness. We reached the next town by mid-morning, small, sleepy, but alive. The streets were lined with closed shops and empty gas stations, but there was a different kind of energy here. Less suspicion. More resilience. I parked outside a diner where the smell of fresh coffee and frying bacon spilled into the street. Inside, people talked quietly, sharing news, sharing hope. At a corner table, a man with a weathered face and wire-rimmed glasses looked up as we entered. He introduced himself as Hank, the local mechanic. "We've been hearing about what's been happening," he said, voice gravelly but steady. "Sabotage, right? Some local grudge, maybe. But it's bigger than that." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He gestured toward a battered bulletin board covered in faded notices and newspaper clippings. "Someone's been messing with the fuel at the stations all over the stretch, not just yours. Engines ruined, people stranded. But the real damage? It's the way it's turned folks against each other. Like a poison spreading." I thought about the angry faces back at the station, the way neighbors had accused one another without evidence. The way fear had grown into something dark and suffocating. Hank sighed and wiped his hands on a rag. "It's fear, plain and simple. When people feel trapped, they start looking for someone to blame. And sometimes, that blame is the only thing that makes sense." I nodded, the weight of it settling in my chest like a stone. It wasn't just the fuel that had been poisoned. It was everything, the trust, the safety, the small community we'd all taken for granted. Later that day, as we prepared to leave, Mara turned to me. "What now?" I looked down at my hands, still stained with grease and grit. "We fix what we can. And we try to remember what brought us here in the first place." She smiled, tired but genuine. "Sounds like a plan." As we drove away, I glanced back at the town fading behind us. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in days, I felt something I hadn't dared to hope for, something like peace. The gas pumps had been sabotaged. The engines ruined. But it was the fear, the suspicion, the fractures between people that had been the true threat. And facing that was the real journey. I didn't know what lay ahead, or if I'd ever feel safe again. But I knew this, the road wasn't just a way out. It was a way forward. Silence settled over the car, but it wasn't empty. It was full of possibility. And that, maybe, was enough. Story 3, Lost in the Dreamscape, Haunting Nocturnal Wanderings. I woke up on a cracked sidewalk, the cold seeping through my clothes and into my bones. It wasn't the first time. The fact that I was standing outside a boarded-up warehouse on the far side of the city, miles from my apartment, should have made me panic. But I was too tired for panic. Instead, I scanned the street, noting the graffiti peeling from rusted metal doors and the faint hum of a distant train. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked twice, then silence swallowed everything again. I rubbed my wrists, sticky with sweat despite the chill, and tried to piece it together. My last clear memory was of falling asleep in my bed, phone in hand, scrolling through the news. I told myself I was going to bed early for once. Maybe I was. I had this recurring problem, though. Every morning, I woke up places I'd never been consciously. Sometimes on park benches, sometimes in alleys, once in the lobby of an empty hotel. Always disoriented. Always with my phone recording hours of footage I didn't remember filming. And every time, I was sleepwalking. No one else had seen me. No one else had answers. I tapped the screen, unlocking the video gallery. The latest clip was from last night, or what I guessed was last night. The footage showed me wandering through abandoned buildings, all strewn with broken glass and peeling wallpaper. My breathing was shallow and uneven, my eyes glazed over like a ghost's. I shivered as I watched myself step over piles of rubble and pause in front of a wall scrawled with faded words in red paint, "They're still watching." My hands trembled, and I had to lean against the cold brick to keep from falling. I didn't remember any of it. The screen went black, and I shoved the phone back in my pocket. I checked the time again. 3:20 a.m. No one was around. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that twisted like fingers. I looked back toward the city skyline, the cluster of lit windows like distant stars. I could walk home. I should walk home. But something tugged at the edges of my mind and uneased that, until now, I'd buried under layers of disbelief and exhaustion. I'd heard rumors, whispers really, about people disappearing in this part of town. Not just runaways or drifters. People who vanish without a trace, swallowed by the city's forgotten corners. No police reports, no news stories. Just empty spaces where bodies should have been. I told myself those stories were nonsense urban legends for people with too much time and too little sleep. Still, my own erratic wanderings made me question what I thought I knew. I started walking, my shoes scraping against shattered glass and loose gravel. The wind clawed at my jacket, and the faint smell of rot and oil filled my nostrils. A hollow moan echoed from inside the warehouse, and I froze, trying to decide if I had imagined it. "Hello?" My voice cracked, swallowed almost immediately by the emptiness. No answer. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat tightening. I wanted to turn around, to get back to the safety of bright streets and people who would ask questions if I showed up at their door. But the warehouse door, a gaping maw of darkness, seemed to beckon, somehow familiar, like I'd been here before. A sudden crunch beneath my foot made me jump. I looked down and saw a rusted bolt, half buried in dirt and dust. The air was thick, heavy with neglect. I could taste it, something metallic, bitter, like iron on my tongue. I pulled my jacket tighter and stepped inside. The floorboards groaned beneath me. My breath puffed out in uneven clouds as I moved deeper, the faint light from broken windows casting long, skeletal shadows across debris. The walls smelled of damp wood and stale smoke. Somewhere, water dripped steadily, a cold, slow tick that echoed through the vast emptiness. The deeper I went, the more the silence pressed in, thick and almost tactile. My skin prickled, and I could hear my heart beat loud in my ears. I told myself it was just the building settling. Then I saw it. A message scratched into the plaster, messy and desperate, "Don't trust the eyes." I pressed my palm to the cold wall, tracing the words with trembling fingers. Who else was here? What had they seen? The air shifted, colder now, I turned, every nerve alert. The warehouse seemed to close in, the shadows gathering just beyond my vision. I swallowed again, the bitter taste worse this time, and moved toward the exit. Outside, the city felt distant, like a dream I could almost reach but never quite touch. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, heart skipping. A notification from an unknown number. Stop looking. I stared at the screen, breath caught somewhere between disbelief and dread. I wanted to delete the message, to block the number and pretend none of this was real. But I didn't. Because deep down, I knew this was just the beginning. My fingers trembled as I typed a reply, hesitating before hitting send. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to creep closer. Somewhere behind me, footsteps echoed, too deliberate to be coincidence. I swallowed hard, realizing the game I tried to ignore was pulling me in deeper, whether I liked it or not. The reply went through, and the silence that followed felt heavier than before. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder that I was no longer just a bystander. The footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving a frozen stillness that pressed against my skin like ice. I forced myself to look over my shoulder, but the street was empty, only the wind stirring discarded leaves along the cracked pavement. But the dread didn't fade. It settled inside me, a dark sea twisting tighter with every passing second. My phone buzzed again, this time with a new message that made the screen glow ominously in the night. Now you're in. Let's see how far you're willing to go. The message glowed on my phone like a challenge, daring me to step further into the unknown. I tucked my phone into my jacket pocket and started walking, the cold air sharp against my face. The footsteps from before had vanished, but the echo of them lingered in my mind, as if they belonged to someone still close by. I kept my head down, ears straining for any sign of movement beyond the rustling leaves. By the time I reached the bus stop, the street was empty. A distant dog barked twice, sharp and sudden, then silence settled again. I sat down, pulling my jacket tighter, trying to steady my trembling hands. I wanted to believe it was just some prank, a cruel game played by someone who knew about my sleepwalking. But the footage on my phone told another story, and the missing people made it impossible to ignore. I stared at my phone screen, scrolling through the videos. Each clip was worse than the last. Buildings with shattered windows, rusted gates hanging open, dark corridors that swallowed the light. And me walking through all of it, eyes glazed, expression vacant. Like I was a ghost drifting through forgotten places. The problem was, I wasn't a ghost. I was very much real. And very much alive. The bus arrived just as I was about to give up and go home. The heat inside was a relief, but the warmth didn't reach my skin. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes traced my every movement. I sat by the window, watching the city blur past, trying to piece together what I knew. I reached out to Mia again. She was the only person who'd taken my calls when I admitted I was losing control. Can you meet? I typed, fingers stiff. She replied almost instantly. Tomorrow. Noon. Cafe on 5th. The next day, the cafe was crowded, the hum of conversation and clinking cups wrapping around me like a blanket. Mia looked up as I slid into the seat across from her. She was the kind of person who noticed everything, the way the light caught the edges of her glasses, the nervous twitch in her left hand. She didn't ask if I was okay. Instead, she pulled out her phone and showed me something. Look at this, she said, voice low. I did some digging. The screen showed a map of the city, dotted with pins clustered around the same neighborhoods my sleepwalking had taken me to. But what caught my eye was the small box in the corner, an old news clipping about a series of disappearances spanning the last 5 years. All from those same areas. They'd been written off as runaways, or people who just vanished without a trace. No leads. No suspects. Why haven't we heard about this? I whispered. Because nobody wants to look too closely, Mia said. These parts of the city? Off the grid, people call them. But it's not just neglect. There's something darker going on. People get lost. Not just physically, but something else. I shivered, the words sinking in. Suddenly, the gaps in my memory felt like a warning, a sign that I was too close to whatever was lurking in those shadows. We should check out these spots, I said, voice barely steady. Mia hesitated, biting her lip. I don't want you wandering those places alone. Especially not at night. I don't have a choice, I said. Whatever's pulling me out there, it's not random. We agreed to start with the building from the first video, a crumbling warehouse near the river. I knew the area well enough to realize it was the kind of place people avoided after dark. The air smelled of damp concrete and rust, mixed with a faint metallic tang that made my stomach twist. The warehouse loomed ahead, its broken windows like hollow eyes watching me approach. Inside, the silence was thick. My footsteps echoed on the cracked floor, the sound bouncing off peeling walls and piles of debris. The air was colder here, stale and heavy. I could taste dust and something else, something bitter, like fear. Mia's flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing graffiti scrawled across the walls, faded and torn posters fluttering in the draft. We moved slowly, voices hushed, senses alert. This place, she whispered, it's been abandoned for years. But that doesn't mean it's empty. I nodded, heart hammering. The thought of what might be hiding in the shadows made my skin crawl. Suddenly, a faint noise, a scraping, like something being dragged, came from the far corner. We froze. My breath caught in my throat. The beam swung toward the sound, but there was nothing visible. Just darkness swallowing the space. Probably just rats, Mia said, but her voice wavered. I swallowed hard. Or someone else. We pressed on, deeper into the building, until the flashlight caught on something unexpected. A series of symbols scratched into the concrete floor, a crude map, maybe, or some kind of code. I knelt, tracing the lines with my fingers. The scratches were fresh, the edges sharp. Mia snapped a photo. This wasn't here before. I checked. I swallowed again, the pit in my stomach growing. Whoever left those markings was still around. Watching. Waiting. We need to get this to the police, I said, voice trembling. Mia shook her head. They won't do anything. Not in these neighborhoods. They've written it off as gang territory. Too dangerous to investigate. That's dumb. I wanted to argue, to shout, but the truth was hard to deny. The city was turning a blind eye, and that left me alone, tangled in a web I didn't understand. We left the warehouse quickly, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. The city felt different now, less familiar, more threatening. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain shadows lurked just out of sight. Back on the street, Mia's phone buzzed. She glanced down, face paling. It's from an unknown number. She showed me the screen. The message was simple. Stop digging or you'll disappear next. My hands trembled. This was no longer about sleepwalking or lost footage. It was a warning. I swallowed hard. The storm was gathering, and I wasn't sure I was ready for what was coming next. The streetlights flickered as we hurried away from the warehouse, my breath shallow and quick in the cold night air. Her phone buzzed again. I glanced over, the screen casting an eerie glow on her pale face. The message was chilling. Stop digging or you'll disappear next. I swallowed hard. Those words weren't just a threat, they were a promise. The night suddenly felt suffocating, the shadows around us whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. We didn't speak much after that, the silence between us thick with unsaid fears. When we finally parted ways, Mia heading back to our apartment, me to mine, I felt exposed, like I'd stepped off the edge of some invisible cliff with no idea what awaited below. At home, I locked the door behind me and sank against it. The room was stale, the faint smell of damp plaster clinging to the walls. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a video message from an unknown number. I hesitated, fingers trembling as I tapped the screen. The footage was grainy, shot from a shaky handheld camera. The angle wobbled as it followed a figure moving through a dimly lit corridor. The walls were cracked, peeling paint hanging in long strips. The figure was me, sleepwalking, eyes glazed, wandering deeper into the building. But it wasn't the same place from the warehouse. This was different. Older. More decayed. I watched, breath hitching, as my sleepwalking self passed a door hanging off its hinges, then stopped. A voice whispered from behind the camera, low and harsh, "You don't belong here." The camera jerked, then the video ended abruptly. I dropped the phone on the bed, my hand shaking uncontrollably. I was chasing something I couldn't name, something that felt like it wanted to swallow me whole. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every glance over my shoulder caught shadows that disappeared when I blinked. I tried calling Mia, but her phone went straight to voicemail. When I finally reached her, her voice was tight, strained. "We need to meet," she said, urgency cutting through the static. "There's something you have to see. Something I found." We met at a cafe on the edge of the city's forgotten district. The place smelled of burnt coffee and stale cigarettes, the hum of conversation barely masking the tension in the air, cold and heavy with silence. Mia slid a folded piece of paper across the table, her fingers white against the creased edges. "It's a map," she said quietly, "of the places people have vanished. All abandoned buildings, all near the areas where your sleepwalking footage shows you." She tapped the paper. "Nobody's talked about these spots. They're off the grid, ignored. But they're connected." I traced the lines with my finger, a spider web of locations sprawled across the city. Each marked with a date, a name, a disappearance. The patterns were too precise to be coincidence. Why would someone want to hide this? I whispered, voice barely audible. The cafe noises seemed to fade, leaving only the weight of the map between us. Mia shook her head. "Because it's not just about missing people. It's about control. Territory. Whoever's behind this doesn't want anyone poking around. Especially not someone like you." Her words hit harder than I expected. "Someone like me?" She hesitated. "You're not just sleepwalking into these places. You're being drawn in. They know it. They're watching you." The room felt claustrophobic, the air thick with unspoken threats. I wanted to pull back, to run, but a strange resolve settled in my bones. I was in this too deep to turn back now. That night, I reviewed the footage on my phone again, frame by frame. There was something I hadn't noticed before, a faint reflection in a broken window as I passed by, a shadow that didn't belong to me. It lingered, watching. Then my phone buzzed. Another message. Just one word, "Here." My skin prickled. The city suddenly felt like a maze I was trapped in, walls closing in with every step I took. I knew I couldn't ignore it. Whatever here meant, it was a summons I couldn't refuse. I texted Mia back, "I'm going." She replied almost instantly, "Be careful. Don't go alone." But I already had my coat on, keys in hand, heart pounding with a mix of fear and something darker, determination. I'd crossed a line. There was no going back. Outside, The night was colder than before, the wind carrying the distant sound of dogs barking, the metallic tang of rain on concrete. The city's forgotten corners beckoned, whispering secrets I was desperate to uncover. I stepped into the darkness. The streetlights flickered unevenly as I moved deeper into the maze of alleys, each shadow seeming to stretch and pulse with silent menace. My breath came out in visible puffs, mingling with the mist that curled around my ankles. Somewhere ahead, the faint glow of a neon sign sputtered, casting eerie hues onto rusted fire escapes and graffiti street walls. I pulled my collar up against the chill, every nerve alert to the slightest sound, a shuffled step, a hushed whisper, the scrape of metal on stone. This was no longer just curiosity, it was a reckoning, and I had to see it through. The hum of distant traffic was swallowed by the oppressive quiet, broken only by a solitary drip of water echoing somewhere above. I edged forward, each footfall swallowed by the wet concrete, eyes scanning for movement or a sign of what had drawn me here in the first place. A sudden clatter to my left made me spin, heart leaping, but it was only a stray cat, eyes gleaming briefly before it melted back into the shadows. I pressed on, the neon sign flickering unevenly, HRT&x. The name felt out of place here, in this forgotten slice of the city where time had folded in on itself. The storefront was shuttered tight, but through the grimy glass I caught a glimpse of tangled wires and broken circuitry piled like forgotten relics. Something about the chaos whispered secrets. A door to the side creaked open with a hesitant groan, and a figure slipped out, a woman, her silhouette sharp against the dim light. She paused, glancing over her shoulder, then locked eyes with me. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then she spoke, voice low and urgent, "You shouldn't be here. Not tonight." I swallowed my unease and stepped closer. "I need to know what's happening. This place, something's wrong." Her gaze flickered to the street behind me, then back. "You don't understand. It's bigger than you think. If you keep digging, you won't like what you find." But the pull was too strong. Whatever this was, it was a thread I had to follow, no matter where it led. The woman's eyes, sharp, wary, didn't leave mine. "You shouldn't be here. Not tonight." Her voice was low, almost swallowed by the damp night air, but the urgency cut through like an item. I wanted to ask her name, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I swallowed hard and took a step closer, the cracked pavement crunching beneath my boots. "I need to know what's happening. This place, something's wrong." She glanced over her shoulder, then back, her breath fogging in the chill. "You don't understand. It's bigger than you think. If you keep digging, you won't like what you find." I nodded, even though the warning felt like a cold weight pressing down on my chest. The pull was too strong. Whatever this was, it was a thread I had to follow, no matter where it led. She hesitated, then pushed the door wider, the creak echoing through the empty street. "Come in. But be careful. Not everyone here wants to be found." The inside smelled of rust and stale oil, heavy and clinging. The faint hum of old machinery vibrated in the walls. I stepped through the threshold, my fingers brushing against rough, peeling paint. The air was thick with something metallic, sour, and beneath it, something else, fear. She moved quickly but silently, leading me down a narrow corridor littered with broken glass and discarded wires. Dim bulbs flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts. I kept glancing at my phone, the screen cracked but still alive, the footage from last night looping in my mind. Me, wandering through these forgotten places. Sleepwalking, they called it. But now it felt deliberate, like I was being pulled somewhere. "Why are you here?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She stopped. "Because they're watching. Waiting. And if you don't keep your wits about you, you'll disappear too." I frowned. Watching. Who? Her eyes darted to the darkened doorway ahead. People. People who've made this place their playground. Not the kind you want to meet in the shadows. The hairs on my neck prickled. What do they want? She shook her head. Control. Power. Fear. They've built walls no one sees, traps no one hears. And they're patient. I swallowed hard. The temperature dropped, and I could see my breath, short puffs of white. A distant siren wailed, cutting through the silence like an item. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp, uncertain. Show me, I said. She hesitated, then nodded once, sharply. Follow me. We slipped through the next door into a vast, empty warehouse. The floor was cracked, strewn with debris, and the ceiling sagged under years of neglect. Faint graffiti marked the walls, some crude, some disturbingly precise. I stepped carefully, boots echoing in the emptiness. Look around, she whispered. This place isn't just abandoned. It's a map. A maze. The missing people like you, they wandered here, caught by the wrong eyes. A sudden sound snapped my attention, a faint shuffle, a soft thud. We froze. The woman's hand went up, finger pressed to her lips. Breath held. Silence. Then, a shadow moved near the far wall. Something or someone slipped behind a rusted metal column. My pulse slammed against my ribs. Stay close, she said. I nodded, heart thundering loud enough to drown out the distant city noise. The smell of damp concrete and rust filled my nostrils, thick and choking. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was dry. We moved toward the shadow, careful, slow. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Suddenly, a voice hissed from the darkness, You shouldn't be here. The woman's eyes flashed cold. Leave. Now. The voice laughed, low and cruel, echoing off the walls. Or what? You'll tell the cops? They don't care. Not here. I tried to steady my breathing, but it came in shallow gasps. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. Who are you? I managed. The reply was a mocking whisper, barely audible, the ones you don't see. The ones you can't run from. A sudden clatter to our right made me jump. The woman grabbed my arm, pulling me behind a stack of crates. My hands trembled. We have to move. Now, she said. I nodded, eyes wide, trying to process what I was hearing. This wasn't just a part of the city people avoided. It was a trap, a living, breathing nightmare. We darted through the shadows, the voice stalking us, taunting us with every step. The air grew colder, the darkness thicker, almost suffocating. Why are you helping me? I whispered, breath ragged. She didn't answer immediately. Then, with a bitter edge, because I was like you once. Lost. Sleepwalking into their world. I barely got out. The thought hit me like a punch. If she'd escaped, maybe I could too. But the pounding in my chest said otherwise. We reached a rusted ladder leading up to a catwalk. I climbed, muscles burning, heart hammering painfully against my ribs. Behind us, the voice grew louder, more frustrated. At the top, the woman pulled me through a narrow hatch. Outside, rain had started, cold, sharp droplets that soaked through my jacket and chilled me to the bone. The streetlights flickered weakly, struggling against the fog creeping along the sidewalks. We didn't stop running until we were blocks away, breathless and soaked. Why did you warn me? I gasped. She looked at me, eyes fierce in the dim light. Because if you don't stop, they'll come for you. Not just in sleep. when you're wide awake. And then, you won't wake up at all. Her words settled over me like a shroud. I wanted to argue, to ask more questions, but the weight of it pressed down too hard. A sudden buzz from my pocket startled me. My phone. The screen glowed with a new message and address, timestamped for less than 5 minutes ago. I stared at it. The street name was unfamiliar, but the urgency was clear. Without thinking, I showed her the message. Her eyes widened. They're already onto you. I swallowed, cold sweat slicking my skin despite the rain. Looks like the chase isn't over, I said, voice barely steady. She nodded grimly. Welcome to the real city. The one no one talks about. And just like that, the night swallowed us whole again. I woke up in my own bed for the first time in what felt like forever. The morning light spilled through the cracked blinds, slanting across the floor and hitting the worn-out spot on my bedroom rug where my feet always landed first. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and something faintly metallic, probably the lingering scent from last night's attempt at cleaning the apartment. My phone was charging on the nightstand, its screen dark, silent. No new videos. No unexplained footage of me wandering through abandoned buildings. No mysterious places miles from home. I sat up slowly, my bones stiff from sleeping long, or maybe just the weight of the past weeks. My hands trembled a little as I reached for the phone. The screen lit up, and I scanned through the gallery. Nothing new. I felt a strange mix of relief and emptiness. Like I'd just been released from some invisible chain but hadn't quite figured out what freedom meant yet. The nights had stopped, at least for now. I hadn't expected it to end like this. No dramatic confrontation with whoever was behind the disappearances, no sudden revelation or escape. Just silence. The city seemed quieter, too, as if some unseen force had pulled back, leaving me to breathe again. But I wasn't naive. I knew things wouldn't just reset. The darkness I'd stepped into was still there, lurking just beyond the edges of ordinary life. I thought about how I'd spent those nights sleepwalking through the forgotten parts of the city, places no one else dared to go. Places people avoided, talked about only in hushed tones when they talked about them at all. The empty factories, the crumbling warehouses, the graffiti-stained alleyways where the light never quite reached. It had all been real. Not some twisted dream or hallucination. Real people vanished, real dangers hidden behind closed doors and boarded windows. And I had been the unwitting witness. I remembered the last time I found myself outside one of those buildings, the air thick with the smell of damp plaster and rot, the distant sound of a dog barking, the faint hum of the city just beyond the broken glass. I could still feel the rough texture of peeling paint under my fingertips, the chill of the concrete floor seeping up through my shoes. The shadows had been alive that night, but not in the way I'd once feared. They moved with purpose, sharp eyes watching from corners, whispers carried on the wind that weren't quite voices but still sent shivers crawling down my spine. I had come face to face with what had been hiding in those neglected places, not ghosts or monsters, but people. People who thrived in the cracks of the city's neglect, who slipped in and out of the shadows like smoke. They didn't need tools to terrify. Their control was psychological, a slow erosion of safety and sanity. The threat was the way they made you doubt everything you knew, including yourself. After that night, I stopped sleepwalking. I told the police everything I could remember, which wasn't much. My footage helped them map the locations where others had disappeared. It wasn't a breakthrough, but it was a start. The authorities began to raid some of the worst sites, the ones I'd stumbled into unknowingly. They found evidence of squatting, illegal activities, and some victims, though many were still missing. It was slow, frustrating work, but progressed nonetheless. I went to therapy, too. The nights had left their mark. Not just the fear, but the confusion, the way reality blurred with dreams in a way I couldn't untangle. Talking helped. Sometimes. Other times, it just reminded me how fragile my grip on normalcy had become. I stopped avoiding my own apartment. I opened the windows more, let the sunlight in. I started cooking again, even if it was just something simple like scrambled eggs or toast. I began to notice the small things, a neighbor's laughter drifting up from the street, the smell of rain on asphalt, the taste of coffee strong enough to sting my tongue. These were anchors. One afternoon, I walked to the park near my building, the one I'd ignored for months. The grass was overgrown, but sunlight pooled in the clearings, warm and golden. Children played in the distance, their voices sharp and alive. I sat on a bench and let the sounds wash over me, the rough wood pressing against my palms. I thought about the people who had vanished, swallowed by parts of the city no one wanted to face. I thought about the shadows that had chased me, not with claws or fangs, but with silence and fear. And I thought about how fragile safety really was. But I also thought about how stubborn people could be, the way we keep moving forward, even when the ground shifts beneath us. I pulled my jacket tighter around me as a cold breeze stirred the leaves at my feet. The park smelled of earth and decay, but also something else, hope, maybe. A promise that even forgotten places could be reclaimed. I didn't have all the answers. I never would. But I had my life back. Bit by bit, day by day. And that had to be enough. I stood up, the bench creaking under the sudden shift of weight. My legs felt steady. The city stretched out before me, vast and complicated, full of hidden corners and whispered dangers. I'd learned to watch for them. To listen. To remember. Most importantly, I'd learned to come home. As I walked back through the streets, the sun dipping low, I passed the boarded-up buildings I'd once feared. The windows stared blankly like empty eyes, but I no longer saw them as gateways to some unknowable horror. They were just buildings, broken, forgotten, but still part of the city's story. And so was I. When I finally reached my apartment, I paused at the door, the familiar weight of keys in my hand grounding me. I stepped inside, closed the door behind me, and let the quiet settle around me like a well-worn blanket. The nights might still come. Maybe they always would. But I was no longer running from them. I was standing my ground. The city had taken a lot from me, but it hadn't taken everything. Not my memories, not my hope, not my voice. I was here. And I was listening. Story 4, Frozen Forest. Nature paused in terror. The first thing I noticed was the silence. I was supposed to be here to escape. Deep in the woods, the kind of place where the city felt like a distant, bad memory and the sky stretched wide and open, free of neon and noise. I'd been looking forward to this weekend for months, a solo trip to reset, no emails, no calls, no one needing anything from me. Just me, a tent, and the wilderness. The sun was dipping low, filtering through the tall spruce trees with that golden light that turns everything soft and warm. The air smelled like damp earth and pine resin, a mix that usually calmed me down. But tonight, it felt off. Heavy. Like the forest was holding its breath along with me. I checked my watch again, just past 6. I'd set up camp near a little creek, the water burbling quietly over smooth stones. The tent was pitched on a bed of moss and fallen needles, the ground cool and slightly springy underfoot. I remember thinking how perfect it all looked, how it should have been peaceful. But then I noticed something. The birds. Usually, by this time, the trees would be alive with fluttering wings and calls, chickadees, jays, maybe a crow cawing in the distance. Instead, the branches were completely still. Not a single leaf shivered, not a feather stirred. I strained my ears, expecting at least a chirp or rustle. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I told myself it was nothing, just a quiet moment. Maybe the birds had settled in for the night early. That made sense, right? Animals have their rhythms. But then I looked deeper. A movement caught my eye, just at the edge of the clearing. A rabbit, frozen mid-step, eyes wide and unmoving. Its fur was tufted and still, not twitching an inch despite the breeze ruffling the leaves around it. It was as if time had paused for the animal. My skin prickled. I blinked and looked again. The rabbit was gone. Just empty brush where it had been. I shook my head. Probably a trick of the light, or my tired eyes playing games. Yet, the feeling stuck, a kind of unease that settled low in my chest. I crouched down to the creek to refill my water bottle. The cold water tasted sharp and clean, but somehow metallic, like when you leave a can of soda open too long. I caught a faint movement out of the corner of my eye. A deer, standing perfectly still near the edge of the forest. Its ears twitched, but no sound came from it. It stared straight at me, unblinking. My throat tightened. I looked away, but when I glanced back, it was gone too. Maybe I was imagining things. I'd been working late the past week, running on too little sleep. Maybe the quiet was just making me jumpy. I tried to settle in by unpacking my small stove and preparing a simple dinner, instant noodles, nothing fancy. The plastic crinkled too loudly in the stillness. As I ate, I kept glancing toward the tree line, half expecting to see movement. But the forest stayed unnervingly still. Even the wind seemed to have died. No rustling leaves, no snapping twigs. Nothing. Just that heavy, waiting silence. I muttered to myself, trying to break the tension. Maybe it's just a weird night, I said. Animals don't always behave like you expect. But my voice sounded strange, too loud, echoing in the quiet like I was shouting in a cathedral. After eating, I leaned back against a tree and took a deep breath. The cool bark was rough against my shirt, grounding me. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the forest sounds, or the lack of them, wash over me. Then I heard it. A faint rustle, low and deliberate, coming from deeper in the woods. Not the hurried scramble of startled animals, but slow, careful footsteps. Someone was moving through the trees. My pulse picked up, fingers tightening around the water bottle. I scanned the shadows, but the thick brush swallowed everything whole. The footsteps stopped as suddenly as they'd started. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" I called, voice steady but low. No answer. Just the silence again, waiting. I didn't want to imagine who or what might be out there. The idea that someone else was nearby, hidden in the dark woods, was unsettling in a way that made my skin crawl. Yet part of me was curious, almost drawn to the mystery. I stood up slowly, dusting moss from my pants. The air had cooled noticeably, a sharp edge cutting through the warmth from the day. I zipped up my jacket and glanced around the clearing. The rabbit, the deer, the birds, they were all gone now. The forest looked normal again, but something had shifted. I could feel it in the way the trees leaned closer, the way shadows deepened. I told myself to get some rest. Tomorrow I'd hike the ridge, take some pictures, and maybe find the trail back earlier than I planned if things felt off. But as I crawled into my tent, the silence pressed in tighter. No wind. No birdsong. No rustling leaves. Only the slow, steady beat of my own heart, echoing in the dark. Sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of a branch made me startle. Every snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. Then, just as I was about to drift off, a faint whisper brushed against my ear, a voice, or maybe the wind playing tricks. Either way, I wasn't alone. I held my breath, straining to catch the sound again. The whisper came once more, clearer this time, a single word, barely audible: leave. I lay awake long after the whisper, my eyes fixed on the thin slash of moonlight slicing through the tense fabric. By the time dawn seeped in, pale and hesitant, I was already sitting outside, tracing the rim of my mug with a fingertip, wondering if I'd imagined the voice. But the silence was real. Too real. No birdsong, no insects chirping, not even the rustle of leaves stirred by a breeze. Just the thick, suffocating quiet. I stared into the woods, searching for movement. Nothing. The usual wildlife, rabbits, deer, squirrels, were missing again. It was like the forest had been emptied, or worse, frozen in place. I rubbed my eyes, tasting the bitter grit of worry on my tongue. I knew I couldn't just sit here. Something was wrong, and ignoring it wouldn't make it go away. Packing up camp was mechanical, my hands trembling as I folded the tent and stuffed gear into my pack. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone lurking in the shadows. But the trees stood silent, their branches motionless, like witnesses holding their breath. I decided to head toward the ridge, the plan I'd made the previous day. Maybe from up high I could see what was going on. Maybe I'd spot the missing animals or figure out why the forest was acting like it was waiting for something or someone. The path was rougher than I remembered, tangled with roots and slick with moss from last night's dew. The air was cool, but heavy, pressing against my skin. Every step felt louder, the crack of a twig snapping underfoot like a gunshot in the stillness. My pulse quickened. About halfway up, I stopped near a cluster of birch trees. Something caught my eye, a series of shallow indentations in the dirt, arranged in a deliberate pattern. Like footprints, but not quite. They were too regular, too calculated. I knelt down, brushing away leaves and twigs to examine them. They weren't animal tracks. Too narrow, too linear. Human, maybe? But who would be here, deep in the wilderness, and why? I pulled out my phone, hoping for signal. Nothing. No bars. Just that frustrating, empty grid. I tried the GPS app anyway, watching the blinking dot stubbornly refuse to move. I sighed and stuffed the phone back into my pack. As I stood, a sudden rustle came from the underbrush nearby. My breath caught. I froze, straining to make out what had moved. A flash of brown fur? A deer? No, too quick, too small. A squirrel? But it was silent, and the stillness around me seemed to swell, swallowing every sound. Then I noticed the birds. They were perched motionless on branches, their eyes fixed in the same direction. Like sentinels waiting for a signal. I blinked. It was the same way they'd been earlier, the unnatural coordination, the stillness. I whispered, "What the hell is going on here?" No answer, just the forest's oppressive quiet. I moved forward, more cautiously now. The ridge was closer. The smell of damp earth and pine sharpened in the cool air. I could hear the distant rush of a stream, a reminder that life still pulsed beneath the surface. Near the summit, the trail opened into a small clearing. I paused, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it, a crude arrangement of sticks and stones laid out on the ground, almost like a marker. Not natural. Someone had been here recently. A chill ran down my spine. I crouched to inspect it, the stones arranged in a rough circle, sticks protruding like broken spokes. I didn't recognize the pattern, but it felt deliberate, a signal or a warning. My hands trembled as I traced the edges. The air here was colder, sharper. The forest felt different, watchful, almost resentful. I heard a noise then, soft but distinct. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Somewhere just beyond the trees. I spun around, heart hammering. No one in sight. Hello? My voice was barely more than a whisper. Is someone there? Silence. I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear thick in my mouth. I debated turning back, but something rooted me in place, a need to understand, to find out why the animals had vanished and why the forest seemed to be holding its breath. I pulled out my notebook and scribbled a quick note, found signs of human activity. Wildlife absent. Forest unnervingly silent. I looked up, eyes scanning the tree line. Shadows shifted, but no figures emerged. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how exposed I was on the ridge. The wind picked up, a brittle edge cutting through the stillness. Leaves rustled, but only in one direction, as if pushed by a hand, invisible but insistent. I decided to descend before the light faded completely. The forest's silence felt more oppressive now, like it was closing in. Halfway down, I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure, fleeting and blurred, slipping between the trees. I blinked, heart skipping. It wasn't an animal. Too tall. Too deliberate. I called out again, voice cracking, "Hey!" Wait. No response. The figure vanished. The panic that had been simmering beneath my skin boiled over. I broke into a hurried pace, feet pounding the trail, breath ragged in my chest. The forest seemed to watch, silent and unyielding. Back at the clearing where I'd left my pack, I paused, trying to steady myself. The sun was dipping below the horizon, shadows pooling like ink. I debated starting a fire to calm my nerves, but the memory of the whisper made me hesitate. The forest was unnaturally quiet. Was a fire a beacon or a warning? I settled for opening my water bottle, the cool liquid soothing the dryness in my throat. I took a long drink, then sat on a fallen log, pulling my jacket tighter around me. I pulled out the small first aid kit, checking the supplies with shaky fingers. Bandages, antiseptic wipes, a small bottle of painkillers. Useful, but not for what I was facing. I tapped my chin. If someone was out here, watching, manipulating the wildlife, what did they want? And why threaten me with that whisper? I thought about the footprints, the stick and stone marker, the figure on the ridge. This wasn't random. Someone had planned this. Someone knew I was here. My mind raced through possibilities. Was it a trap? A warning? Or something worse, a game? The sun slipped below the horizon, the last light fading fast. The forest darkened, shapes melting into shadows. The silence grew heavier, more suffocating. I stood, heart pounding. There was no way I was staying here another night without answers. I had to find out who was behind this, and fast. I stuffed my notebook into my pack, slung it over my shoulder, and started walking toward the far edge of the clearing, where a faint path disappeared into the thick woods. The forest seemed to lean in closer, branches scraping my jacket, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with tension. And somewhere, just beyond the trees, I could swear I heard the softest whisper again. Leave. The path swallowed me, dark and narrow, pressing close with trees that leaned in like curious onlookers. Moonlight struggled past thick branches, casting fragmented silver pools beneath my boots. My pack felt heavier with every step, as if the weight of unanswered questions was dragging me deeper. The forest held its breath. I noticed it immediately, no rustling leaves, no distant calls of owls or crickets. Just silence. Complete silence. I stopped. The hairs on my neck prickled. Something wasn't right. My eyes darted to the shadows, catching a flicker of movement near a gnarled root. A squirrel? No! It sat perfectly still, a dark shape frozen mid-scurry. I blinked, and it remained unmoving, unblinking. Then a bird fluttered briefly, wings stiff and mechanical, before settling like a carved statue. I swallowed hard. This wasn't natural. I thought back to the footprints, the stick and stone marker, and that figure on the ridge watching me like a predator sizing up prey. Whoever was out here didn't just want to scare me. They were controlling everything, the animals, the sounds, the very atmosphere. I crouched to examine the path ahead, tracing tiny footprints pressed into the damp soil. They weren't animal prints but human boots, small, deliberate. I followed them slowly, my breath shallow, every snap of a twig sounding like a gunshot. The tracks led to a clearing I hadn't seen before, a circle of broken branches and scattered leaves, as if a ritual had taken place. In the center lay a small, crudely wrapped bundle. I hesitated. The scent of damp earth and pine was sharp in my nostrils, mixed with something metallic like rusted iron. I knelt and peeled back the cloth. Inside was a simple wooden carving, shaped roughly like an eye. It was worn and scratched, but the craftsmanship was unmistakable. I traced the grooves with a trembling finger, trying to puzzle out its meaning. That's when I heard it, the whisper. Faint, barely audible, as if tarried on a breath of wind. Leave. The word curled around my eardrums, low and urgent. I jerked my head up, scanning the tree line, but found only empty shadows. My heart hammered against my ribs, and a cold sweat prickled beneath my shirt. Who's there? I called out, voice cracking. No answer. Just the same suffocating silence, thicker now, almost tangible. I stuffed the carving into my jacket pocket and stood. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the path behind me disappearing beneath fallen leaves. Panic nibbled at the edges of my mind. I was trapped. The wildlife, silent, frozen, was a warning, a barrier. And the footprints? Someone was here, watching, orchestrating all of this. I glanced back the way I came. The clearing had swallowed the trail, replaced by dense thickets and thorny brambles. No easy way back. The only direction was forward, deeper into the unknown. I pressed on, senses sharpened. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, set my nerves on edge. My fingers twitched inside my pockets, brushing the smooth wood of the carving again. I tried to shake off the unease. Maybe it was just some local prank, a game played by people too bored or too cruel. But then why the silence? Why the control over the animals? A sudden movement caught my eye, a small group of deer, standing perfectly still in a line like sentinels. Their eyes locked on me, wide and unblinking. I stepped forward slowly, trying not to startle them. They didn't move. Didn't blink. It was like they were waiting for something I couldn't see. A voice echoed in my mind, leave. But no footsteps followed, no figure materialized. Just the oppressive quiet. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of fear. Okay, I muttered. You want answers. Fine. I pulled out my phone, but the screen stayed stubbornly black, no signal, just dead silence from the device. No calls, no texts, no GPS. I was cut off. I realized then that this wasn't about animals or nature at all. It was about control. Someone was here, somewhere, manipulating every instinct, every movement. And if they wanted me to leave, they wouldn't just ask politely. Suddenly, a faint crunching noise came from the underbrush to my left. My breath hitched. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped. I waited, heart pounding, but nothing else stirred. Just the cold pulse of the night pressing in. I debated my next move. Turn back and risk walking into a trap. Or push forward, into the unknown? Both options felt like walking into a snare. Then I saw it, a small flashlight beam flickering between the trees ahead. My throat tightened. Someone was definitely here. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard, voice barely a whisper. Show yourself. No response. The light blinked once, twice, then vanished. A shiver ran down my spine. This was no longer a game. I was inside their world now, their rules, their control. Escape wasn't a choice anymore. I started walking toward where the light had been, each step measured and cautious. The forest around me seemed to pulse with unseen eyes. My hands trembled, clutching the carving like a lifeline. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted, and I stumbled sideways into something soft but unyielding. Branches scraped my arms as I fell, landing hard on a bed of moss. My breath left me in a sharp gasp. I looked up. Directly above, hanging from a low branch, was a crude sign. Painted in what looked like dried mud, the words were simple but chilling, "You're not alone." The message sank in like ice water. I was trapped, watched, and hunted not by beasts, but by something far more dangerous, another person, or maybe a group, who had turned this wilderness into their playground. There was no turning back. I stood slowly, wiping dirt from my jeans. The forest closed around me, silent but alive with menace. I had crossed the point of no return. And now, I had to find out exactly who was out here and why. The sign swayed faintly in the breeze above me, its message sinking deeper into my skin. I stood, brushing moss and dirt from my clothes, and stared at the dimming sky beyond the entwined branches. The sun had slipped beneath the horizon, leaving a cold blue-gray twilight that swallowed the trees whole. The air was heavy, what with the scent of damp earth and pine needles crushed underfoot. Somewhere far off, a lone dog barked, sharp and desperate, slicing through the silence like an item. I didn't move right away. Tried to listen, really listen, for anything that might give away the watcher's position. But there was only silence. No rustling bushes, no snapping twigs, not even the usual night chorus of crickets or frogs. Just the oppressive quiet of a world holding its breath. The animals were gone. Or frozen. I thought back to the earlier days of this trip when birds flitted noisily between branches, squirrels chattered and darted, and even the deer wandered close to the edge of camp. Now, not a single feather stirred. The forest, once a vibrant orchestra, was mute. I rubbed my arms briskly, the cool air biting at my skin, trying to shake the feeling that something just beyond sight was watching, waiting. It wasn't just the sign nailed crudely to that branch. It was the way the animals behaved, or rather, didn't behave, that told me this was no ordinary threat. This was something more sinister, calculated, human. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitter tang of adrenaline on my tongue. My hands were still trembling, not from cold but from the stark realization that I wasn't dealing with nature anymore. Nature was just a mask. "I'm not crazy," I muttered to myself, voice low and rough. This isn't in my head. But it might as well have been. I took a tentative step forward. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot sounded loud in the oppressive stillness. I moved toward where the light had been earlier, the place that had drawn me here, the flickering glow that vanished the moment I tried to focus on it. There. A faint glow pulsed through the trees ahead, barely visible but unmistakably artificial. I paused, heart hammering in my chest. No fireflies here. No phosphorescence. Someone else was out here, moving in the dark. Why? The question gnawed at me. And then a sound, soft, deliberate footsteps. Not running, not panicked, but measured. Close. Too close. I ducked behind a thick pine trunk, pressing my back against the rough bark. My breath caught, shallow and uneven. The smell of damp wood and pine resin filled my nostrils. The footsteps slowed, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I risked a glance around the tree. The dimness swallowed everything beyond a few feet. No shape. No movement. Just the hint of a shadow that could have been a trick of the fading light. A twitch of movement to my right caught my eye. Something small, maybe a rabbit, darted through the underbrush, but then froze mid-step, ears twitching unnaturally. It was like the animal was caught in slow motion, every muscle rigid. That's when I noticed a pattern. All the animals around me were locked in the same way. A squirrel halfway up a tree, body stiff as stone. A woodpecker perched on a branch, still as a statue. Even the insects seemed to have vanished. I swallowed again, dry and thick. Whatever was out here wasn't just watching me. It was controlling the forest itself, at least, controlling the animals. Using their instincts, their behavior, to create an invisible web, a trap I couldn't see. I shook my head, trying to clear the panic that threatened to root me to the spot. This wasn't some supernatural force. No ghosts. No curses. It had to be people. People who knew this forest better than I ever would. People who'd learned how to manipulate nature to their advantage. But for what purpose? And how? A sudden rustle behind me made me spin around. Nothing but shadows and the scent of wet moss. I forced myself to breathe slower, deeper. Focus. My hands still trembled, clutching the carving I'd found earlier, the one that felt like a talisman now. I traced the rough lines with my thumb, trying to draw strength from it. It wasn't much, but it was something. I whispered into the dark, "Show yourself." "What do you want?" No answer came, just the echo of my voice swallowed by the trees. I started moving again, careful to keep to the shadows, hugging the trunks for cover. The glow ahead pulsed more steadily now, like a heartbeat. Whoever was out here wanted me to follow. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Branches scraped my arms and face as I pushed forward. My skin prickled with cold sweat. The forest pressed in, dense and tangled, every step a struggle. I stumbled over a root and caught myself against a mossy boulder, heart thudding painfully. And then I saw it. A clearing, just ahead. The glow came from a small cluster of lanterns hanging from low branches, swinging gently in the cool night breeze. The light was harsh and unnatural, cutting through the dark like a spotlight. Right in the center, a figure stood. Tall, still, waiting. I froze. The figure was wrapped in a heavy coat, face shadowed beneath a hood. No movement except a slow, deliberate turning of the head as if they were listening to something I couldn't hear. The silence was suffocating. Then the figure spoke, quiet, measured, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. "You should not have come here." The voice was calm, almost bored, but every word felt like an item sliding under my ribs. I swallowed, trying to steady my voice. "Why? What do you want from me?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, a low whistle pierced the air, cold and heavy with silence, a sharp, unnatural sound that echoed between the trees. Immediately, the animals stirred. Not wild anymore. Not natural. They moved together, as if wired to the whistle's command. A flock of crows took off in unison, their wings beating a rhythm that pounded against my chest. Deer stepped out from the shadows, heads low, eyes glowing faintly in the lantern light. I blinked, disoriented. The forest had become a stage, and I was the only audience. The figure took a step forward, voice colder now. "You're inside the trap. There's no way out." I wanted to argue, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The crows circled overhead, their cries harsh and unrelenting. The deer moved closer, hoofs silent on the soft earth. I realized then that this wasn't about hunting animals. It was about control, about power, about fear. The watchers smiled, or at least I thought they did, because the voice softened. You'll learn. Eventually. I woke before dawn, the chill of the night still clinging to my skin. The air smelled sharper now, damp earth, pine needles crushed underfoot, and that faint metallic tang I couldn't place. I sat up slowly, ears straining. Not a single bird called out. Not a rustle in the brush. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. That silence had been the first warning. By the third day, the forest around me was unnervingly still, as if the whole world was waiting. I'd never seen anything like it. Initially, I thought maybe a storm was coming, or that animals were hiding from some predator. But the more I watched, the more I realized it wasn't about nature's usual rhythms. It was something else. Something deliberate. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was imagining things. But then I saw the deer. They stood motionless, heads all turned in the same direction, eyes fixed like they were glued to an invisible point. A flock of crows lined the branches above, not calling, just staring. Their beady eyes glistened with a strange kind of intelligence. It was like the whole forest was holding a secret, and I was the only outsider who didn't know the rules. I pulled on my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and stepped out of the tent. The ground was cold and damp beneath my boots. I checked my watch. Just before 6. The sun was still a dull glow behind the thick canopy. I moved cautiously, every step measured. It felt as if the forest was watching me back, waiting. I remembered the stories from the ranger station, the warnings I'd brushed off. Stay on the trails. Don't wander too far. If you see strange behavior, get out. I hadn't listened. I thought I could handle it. That I could outsmart nature. I was wrong. As I walked, I noticed the trees too. Their bark was scarred in neat, deliberate patterns. Nothing natural. Shallow cuts, like someone or something had been marking their territory. My throat tightened. The forest wasn't just watching, it was controlled. Then I heard it, a faint clicking sound, rhythmic and slow. I froze. It was an animal. Not a woodpecker or insect. It was mechanical. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something was moving. Something human. I debated turning back, but my legs wouldn't obey. I was trapped by curiosity and fear, tangled like vines around my mind. The clicking grew louder, closer. Then, suddenly, it stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I crouched low, breath shallow, eyes darting. My fingers brushed against a cold metal object half buried in the leaf litter. A small, weathered camera, maybe. Someone had been here. Watching. Recording. A shiver ran down my spine. I stuffed it in my pack and continued. The sense of being watched became unbearable, but I couldn't leave, not yet. I needed answers. Hours later, I stumbled upon a clearing. Sunlight spilled in, warm and golden. At the center stood a makeshift shelter, almost invisible beneath layers of branches and moss. Inside, scraps of paper pinned to a tree trunk caught my eye. Notes. Maps. Names. I skimmed through them, heart pounding. They told a story of obsession, of a man who had turned the forest into a twisted experiment. He trained animals to behave unnaturally, using sound devices and subtle triggers I hadn't noticed before. The silence, the frozen creatures, the eerie coordination. It was all deliberate. A trap. I sat down heavily, the weight of it pressing in. The forest wasn't just a place to get lost in, it was a cage. And I was the prey. That night, I didn't sleep. Every crack of a twig, every whispered breeze set my nerves on edge. I kept my pack close, my eyes scanning the shadows. The animals were still silent, still watching. But now, I understood why. In the morning, I found a narrow path leading away from the shelter. It wasn't on any map. I debated whether to follow it, knowing it might be a dead end or worse. But staying felt like a slow death. Step by step, I moved forward. The forest seemed to close behind me, branches clutching at my clothes, roots threatening to trip me. I stumbled, cursed under my breath, and kept going. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin. The air smelled fresher, less charged with that oppressive weight. I broke through the last line of trees and saw the river, bright, flowing, alive. A small ranger station was visible across the water, smoke curling from its chimney. Relief surged through me, sharp and overwhelming. I shouted, waving my arms, hoping someone would hear. A figure appeared on the porch, a woman with a wide-brimmed hat and a radio in hand. She called out, her voice steady and calm. "I thought you might be stuck out here. We've been looking for you." I nodded, unable to speak for a moment, my throat tight. The forest's grip loosened, but I knew it hadn't let go entirely. Not yet. Back at the station, wrapped in a warm blanket and drinking something sweet and hot, I told her everything. The silence, the animals, the shelter, the man behind it all. She listened quietly, eyes never leaving mine. "You're lucky," she said finally. "Most people don't get out once the trap snaps shut." The weight in my chest began to lighten. I realized how much I'd changed in those days, how the forest had stripped away my confidence, my control. I wasn't the same person who'd walked in with a backpack and a map. I had learned to listen, to watch, to respect the unseen boundaries humans blur when they think they're masters of the wild. As night fell, the station's windows framed the dark woods beyond. I could still hear the faint rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl. But it was different now. The forest was just forest again, no longer a predator, no longer a prison. I breathed deeply, the air clean and open in my lungs. I was free. And I was changed. Story 5, Echoes of the Mimic, Voices that Deceive. I never liked silence in the apartment after dark. The city outside buzzed faintly, a distant siren wailing somewhere, the low rumble of cars slicing through the night. Inside, the living room lamp flickered once, then steadied, casting a lazy circle of light over the couch and the cluttered coffee table. I sat there, gripping a chipped mug of lukewarm tea, watching the shadows stretch and shrink on the cracked plaster walls. The smell of damp concrete and brewing coffee from earlier in the day lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence, mixing oddly with the faint scent of old books stacked haphazardly near the window. I had just gotten off work, exhausted from the same tedious routine I'd been running for months. My shift at the bookstore was quiet enough to let my mind wander, but busy enough to keep me distracted from the gnawing sense that something was slightly off. I told myself it was just the usual grind, or maybe the weather too humid, too still for spring. The kind of weather that lulls you into thinking everything's fine until it isn't. The phone buzzed on the table, slicing through the silence like a sharp breath. I glanced at the screen. No caller ID. I frowned, hesitating, thumb hovering over the green button. I didn't recognize the number, and in my experience, calls from unknown numbers were rarely anything good. Telemarketers, wrong numbers, or worse, pranksters. Still, something made me answer. The line clicked, and then a voice. Soft, familiar, a little strained. "Hey, it's me," it said. I froze. The voice was exactly like Jenna's, my closest friend for nearly a decade. Same laugh, same hesitation between words, even the tiny catch she got when she was nervous. I could almost see her sitting across from me, twirling a strand of her hair between her fingers. But there was something else, beneath the surface, a slight unnatural smoothness, as if someone had recorded her and was playing back the sound a little too perfectly. "Jenna?" My voice cracked. "Is that you?" "Yes," the voice said, but something quick flickered in the background, maybe a muffled noise, or a breath that didn't belong to her. "Listen, I need you to come out. Now. It's important." I hesitated. Jenna and I rarely called each other at night, especially not about important things that required immediate action. Our conversations were usually text-based, casual, the kind that didn't rattle your brain or make your palms sweat. "Where are you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "By the park near the old fountain," she said. "I can't explain here. Please." I stared at the phone, the screen's glow illuminating the tiny lines under my eyes. It didn't feel right. My fingers clenched around the device, nails digging into my palm. "Okay," I whispered. "I'm coming." I hung up and grabbed my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin. The cool air outside hit me like a slap, damp and thick with the smell of wet leaves and melting asphalt. The streetlights stretched their orange glow over the sidewalks, the occasional distant bark of a dog breaking the quiet. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting someone to follow, but the street was empty except for a stray cat darting between parked cars. The park was darker than I remembered, shadows pooling beneath skeletal trees whose branches scraped against the sky like brittle fingers. The fountain was dry, cracked, and half covered in graffiti. I called out Jenna's name, my breath misting in the cool air. No answer. I pulled out my phone, ready to call her back. The screen flashed with a new notification, a voicemail. I clicked it open. "Hey, it's me again," Jenna's voice said, almost identical to before, but now tinged with worry. "I'm sorry for freaking you out, but I think someone's watching me. Watching us. Be careful. Don't trust anyone." The line went dead after that, leaving me staring at the silent phone, the hairs on my neck prickling. I swallowed hard, a bitter taste rising up my throat. The park seemed to close in around me. I wanted to believe it was a prank or a mistake, but the knot in my stomach told me otherwise. I turned back toward the street, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against my back. The city's noise seemed to fade, replaced by a tightening silence that felt anything but empty. Somewhere nearby, a clock struck midnight. And I realized that maybe, just maybe, I was already part of something I didn't understand. Something that was watching me too. My footsteps quickened, echoing against the cracked pavement as I forced myself to keep moving, though every instinct screamed to run. The shadows lengthened and twisted unnaturally under the dim streetlights, and for a moment I thought I saw a figure dart behind a tree. But when I blinked, there was nothing but the cold night air. The city's familiar smells, exhaust, rain-soaked concrete, and distant food stalls felt alien, as if I'd stumbled into a place where normal rules no longer applied. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing the worn edge of my phone, but the screen stayed black, dead as the silence around me. A sudden breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it a faint, unintelligible murmur that sent a shiver down my spine. Was it my imagination, or was something trying to communicate? The thought was both terrifying and oddly compelling. I had no idea what I was stepping into, but there was no turning back now. The night air hadn't warmed by the time I finally dragged myself back inside my apartment. I flicked on the kitchen light. The harsh fluorescent buzzed overhead, momentarily blinding me. The scent of stale coffee lingered in the air, and I noticed a faint tang of sweat on my shirt, mixed with something metallic, almost like rust. I didn't want to think about it. Not now. Not yet. My phone sat on the counter, screen dark. I'd left it dead after that last call. I wasn't sure if shutting it off would help, but I had to try. Something about the way the voice had sounded, so familiar, so precise, still clung to my skin. Like a shadow I couldn't shake. I picked it up, fingers trembling, and hit the power button. The screen lit up, revealing a dozen missed calls and messages. All from people I trusted. Or thought I did. I scrolled through the texts, eyes narrowing at the strange, urgent tone they carried. Where are you? Call me back, please. Everything okay? But none of the messages matched the voice I heard. Not exactly. It was like the caller knew what to say, how to say it better than any of them could. Too well. The image of the figure behind the tree flickered back into my mind. Was someone really out there? Watching? Or was I losing my grip? I ran a hand over my face, the rough stubble scratching beneath my fingers. The apartment felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. Maybe I'd been careless. Or maybe this was just the beginning. I needed answers. I had to start somewhere. The next morning, sunlight filtered weakly through the blinds, casting thin stripes across the floor. I sat at the kitchen table, nursing a mug of black coffee that had grown cold. The bitter taste clouded my tongue. My phone lay beside me, buzzing softly with notifications. I ignored them. For now. I opened my laptop and began piecing together everything I could remember from the previous night. The calls, the voices, the places I'd been. Each detail felt like a puzzle piece, but the bigger picture was still frustratingly out of reach. Then I noticed something odd. The caller ID on the mysterious call wasn't a number at all, it was a string of digits that made no sense. I ran a quick search. No matches. Nothing. It was like the call had come from nowhere. That was impossible. Or maybe it wasn't. I called Sam first. Sam was the one I trusted most, or at least I thought I did. His voice was rough from sleep when he answered. Hey. What's up? You sound off. I hesitated. How much do I say? Did you call me last night? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause. No. Didn't call you. Someone called me. Using your voice. Silence. Then, that's messed up. Are you okay? I'm not sure, I said. I think someone's messing with me. Watching me. He sighed. Listen, maybe you're just tired. You know how that feels. No, I interrupted. This was different. Perfect mimicry. Like they knew exactly what to say. There was a strange quiet on the other end. Look, if you want, I can come by later. We'll figure it out. I agreed. Hanging up, I felt a flicker of relief. Not because I trusted him more, but because I needed an ally even if I wasn't sure I could trust anyone. Hours later, Sam showed up. His familiar scent, cologne mixed with the faintest trace of cigarette smoke, hit me as soon as he stepped through the door. He looked tired, but concerned. We sat at my table, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across his face. I don't like this, he said, rubbing his jaw. This whole thing sounds like some kind of sick joke. But who would go to this much trouble? I don't know, I admitted. But they're watching me. I can feel it. Sam nodded slowly. Okay. Let's try something. Show me everything you've got, texts, call logs, anything unusual. I handed him my phone. He scrolled through the messages, brow furrowed. See anything weird here? I asked. He paused on one message. This one's from Jenny. Meet me at the park, 8 p.m. She didn't send this. I blinked. How do you know? The timestamp is off by an hour. And Jenny's never been to that park. A chill ran down my spine. The manipulations were getting more specific, more personal. That night, I decided to check the park. Sam insisted on coming with me, his presence a thin shield against the growing unease. The air smelled damp, with leaves and earth, and the distant hum of traffic mixed with a dog barking somewhere far off. The streetlights flickered as we walked, casting uncertain pools of light. Stay close, I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was warning. We reached the spot Jenny's message had mentioned. It was empty. Nothing but the rustle of branches and the occasional crunch of gravel underfoot. Yet, the feeling of being watched was stronger here than anywhere else. Suddenly, Sam stopped. Did you hear that? I strained my ears. A soft tapping, almost like a finger drumming on a metal railing. We turned toward the sound, but saw only a trash can rattling in the breeze. Must be the wind, I said, but my voice wavered. On the way back, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart pounding. The screen displayed an incoming call, but this time, no caller ID. Just a blank, ominous space. I didn't answer. We need to get you somewhere safe, Sam said, his voice low. This isn't just some prank anymore. It's something else. I nodded, but inside, a knot tightened. Safe. What did that even mean now? When the threat was a voice, a shadow, a stranger who knew every word to say. Back in my apartment, I double-checked the locks and windows. The last thing I wanted was to feel exposed again. But no matter how many bolts I slid into place, the unease didn't fade. Later, as I sat alone in the dark, the phone rang again. This time, the voice was different. Not Sam. Not Jenny. Someone new. Someone cold. Why are you running? The voice asked, smooth and calm, almost amused. My breath caught. I pressed the phone to my ear, fingers shaking. Because if you stop, you'll never get up again, it said. Then the line went dead. The room felt colder. The shadows deeper. And I realized, with a sinking certainty, that this was no longer about fear. It was about survival. But survival meant trust, and trust meant risking losing myself completely. I didn't know who was behind the voice. I didn't know their endgame. But I did know one thing, they were inside my life now, and there was no turning back. The phone slipped from my trembling hand, thudding against the hardwood floor. Because if you stop, you'll never get up again. The words spun in my mind like a cruel riddle. Who was this? What did they want? And how did they know every inch of me, every hesitation, every secret? I forced myself to stand, the floor cold under my bare feet. The locks on the door felt flimsy now, as if no amount of bolting could keep out something intangible. I sat back down on the couch, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to slow the rapid pulse in my neck. It was nearly midnight, but sleep was impossible. Instead, I stared at my phone, fingers hovering over the screen. I knew better than to call anyone. If the caller could mimic voices perfectly, what good would it do? They'd only twist my friend's words against me. My apartment felt smaller, the shadows thicker. The faint scent of stale coffee mingled with the cold, dry air conditioning. I tried to remember the last time I'd felt safe. Maybe when I was a kid, hiding under my blanket, convinced that monsters only lived in stories. Stupid memory. Then I noticed a faint buzzing from my laptop on the coffee table. It was on sleep mode, but a notification blinked, a message from an unknown number. Look outside. I froze. The window behind the couch was just a sheet of glass reflecting my pale face. I couldn't bring myself to move. The message repeated, "Look outside," again and again, each ding sharper, more urgent. I edged forward, heart hammering loud enough to drown out the buzzing. The streetlight outside flickered, casting uneven shadows over the alley below. Nothing. No movement. No sign of anyone. I wanted to believe it was a prank, a sick joke. But the voice, the messages, they weren't random. Someone was watching. Someone who knew where I lived, what I did, who I trusted. My phone vibrated again. This time a voice message. I hesitated before pressing play. "Stop pretending, Ellie," the voice said. It wasn't Sam or Jenny. It was colder, rougher, almost amused. "You think you're clever? That you can outsmart me? I'm inside your life now. Every call you make, every step you take. I'm the silence in your ear, the shadow in your room." The message ended, leaving a ringing silence that pressed my ears painfully. I swallowed hard, a bitter taste rising in my throat. It wasn't a threat in the usual sense, no demands, no ransom, no clear motive. Just control. The kind that wraps tight around your mind until you're not sure where you end and the torment begins. I slumped back, trying to steady my breathing. This was beyond anything I'd imagined. No longer just a voice on the phone. This was someone who dismantled the boundaries of my world, piece by piece. Suddenly, the power blinked. The lights flickered and then went out, plunging the apartment into darkness. The sudden chill made goosebumps rise along my arms. My breath caught again. I reached blindly for my phone, the screen's glow the only light. It buzzed with another message. Playing by my rules now. I forced myself to stand, the floor cold and uneven beneath my feet. I moved to the window again, pressing my face to the glass. The street was empty. No cars. No people. Just the distant hum of a city night. Somewhere, a dog barked twice, then silence. I wanted to call someone. Anyone. But I didn't. What if the caller was listening? Waiting for me to slip up? I wasn't sure anymore if I could trust the voices I heard, even those I knew well. Morning came sluggishly. The pale light filtered weakly through the curtains. I hadn't slept. Hadn't even closed my eyes. The apartment felt like a cage, the walls pressing in closer with each passing hour. I sat at the kitchen table, nursing a bitter cup of black coffee. The taste burned down my throat, grounding me in the moment. I pulled out my laptop again, determined to find some clue, some pattern, anything that might explain what was happening. Hours passed as I sifted through emails, phone records, old messages. Nothing obvious. No trace of a stalker, no suspicious activity. But then I found it, a thread of emails between Sam and Jenny, talking about me, but with a strange undertone. Nervous, almost afraid. The last message was a warning, buried in casual words. "Be careful around Ellie. Something's off. I don't know what, but it feels like someone's messing with her head." My hands trembled. Did they know? Or was this part of the manipulation? Was the person behind the calls planting seeds of distrust between me and the people I cared about? I closed the laptop, the weight of the realization settling in. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about everyone I trusted. The caller had already started to fracture those bonds, to isolate me piece by piece. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. My heart slammed against my ribs. I froze, listening. Then, a familiar voice. "Ellie? It's me. Can I come in?" "Sam." I hesitated. The voice was perfect. Too perfect. My mind raced. Was it really him? Or the caller, using Sam's voice again to lure me out? I didn't answer. "Please," Sam said, his voice softer now, urgent. "I'm worried about you." The knot in my stomach tightened. I wanted to open the door, to believe that not everything was a trap. But the message on my phone echoed in my mind, playing by my rules now. I stepped back, heartbreaking. If I let him in, did I risk everything? If I didn't, what would happen to what little trust was left? The knock came again, harder this time. It wasn't just a visitor. It was a test. A challenge. I looked out the peephole. It was Sam, real and anxious, standing in the dim hallway. His eyes met mine through the glass, pleading. But could I believe him? I swallowed past the lump in my throat and whispered, "I don't know who to trust anymore." The doorbell rang sharply, slicing through the silence like an item. And then, from the hallway, a voice I didn't expect. "Let me in. We need to talk." It wasn't Sam. It was Jenny. I backed away, heart pounding wildly. The walls of the apartment closed in, the shadows thickening like a trap. There was no way out now. The game had changed. And I was already losing. The doorbell's shrill ring sliced through the thick silence again, relentless and unforgiving. Jenny's voice came next, soft but urgent, echoing down the hallway. "Please, can we just talk? I'm not here to hurt you." Not Jenny. Not her. I swallowed hard, tasting the sour tang of fear and disbelief rising from my throat. The voice was too perfect, too practiced. I heard that same voice on the phone, whispering secrets and lies that weren't hers. I pressed my hand over the peephole, eyes scanning the dim corridor, waiting for the familiar flicker of recognition in her eyes. But all I saw was a blur of movement, a figure standing too still, too quiet. I wanted to open the door. I wanted to believe that Jenny was real, that Sam was real. But the message on my phone burned in my mind like a brand, playing by my rules now. The words were a noose tightening around my throat. Every step I took felt like sinking deeper into quicksand. I stepped back, heartbreaking, the weight of betrayal crushing me. If I let them in, if I trusted them, did I risk losing myself completely? But if I didn't, what would happen to what little trust was left? My breath caught in my chest, shallow and ragged. The knock came again, harder, more insistent. A test. A challenge. I looked out the peephole again. It was Sam, real and anxious, standing there in the dim hallway, eyes flickering with worry. He looked like he wanted to say something, but the voice behind him stopped him. Jenny's voice, soft and coaxing, filled the space between us. "Let me in. We need to talk." I backed away, heart pounding wildly, the walls of the apartment closing in like a trap. There was no way out now. The game had changed. And I was already losing. The doorbell rang again, sharper this time, and I jumped. My hands trembled as I grabbed my phone from the counter, thumb hovering over the screen. The message was still there, glowing in cold white letters. "You're closer now. Don't screw this up." I knew I had to make a move. I couldn't stay paralyzed in this shrinking room. But every instinct screamed to run, to hide, to disappear. A soft sigh came from the other side of the door. "Look, I know you're scared, but you don't have to do this alone. We're all tangled in this mess." The voice was Jenny's, too calm, too rehearsed. "Just open the door." Please. I felt the familiar sting of tears, sharp and bitter. My throat closed up, but I managed to whisper, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The silence stretched out, thick and suffocating, before the voice answered, "You already know. I'm the one who's been watching, pulling the strings. And I'm not going anywhere." The knot in my stomach tightened until I thought I'd choke. Someone had been inside my life all along, shaping it, twisting it into a nightmare. Every call, every whispered voice, it was all part of a cruel game. And now, standing alone in my apartment, I realized how deep the darkness went. I pressed my back against the door, fingers searching blindly for something, anything, to hold on to. My eyes darted around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, landing on the cracked photo frame on the shelf. It held a picture of me and Sam, laughing on a summer day, oblivious to the shadows creeping closer. Suddenly, the hallway light flickered and went out, plunging the corridor into blackness. The silence turned into a weight pressing against the door, a quiet menace that made my skin crawl. I could hear faint footsteps retreating, and then the soft click of a lock turning somewhere down the hall. I exhaled slowly, the tension in my chest loosening just a fraction. But the message on my phone was still there, staring back at me like a promise, playing by my rules now. I didn't know who to trust anymore. But one thing was clear, this was far from over. And the darkness was waiting. The hallway seemed to stretch on endlessly, shadows pooling in the corners as if eager to swallow me whole. I pulled my coat tighter around me and took a tentative step forward, each creak of the floorboards echoing like a gunshot in the quiet. The message's words echoed in my mind, an unyielding grip that wouldn't let go, playing by my rules now. But what were the rules? And how deep was this game? Ahead, the faint hum of fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering intermittently, casting a sickly pallor on peeling wallpaper. My phone vibrated again, making me jerk. A new text. Good. Now prove you're worth the trouble. No sender ID. No hint of mercy. I swallowed hard and scanned the dim corridor. There was a door ajar just down the hall, a sliver of pale light leaking out. I didn't want to go in, but something, fear? Defiance, pushed me forward. The closer I got, the more I could hear the low murmur of voices, too muffled to make out. Then, abruptly, the voices stopped. I pressed my ear to the door, breath catching. Inside, the room was empty except for a single chair facing the window, sunlight pooling on the worn wooden floorboards. But on that chair lay a small, black envelope, the wax seal cracked open. I reached out, fingers trembling, and pulled it toward me. Inside was a photo of me, but not as I remembered. The picture captured a moment I didn't recognize, me standing beside a man whose face was blurred beyond recognition, but whose presence radiated something sinister. A note was scrawled on the back in jagged handwriting. Look closer. They're already here. I spun around, heart hammering, but the hallway was deserted. The darkness wasn't just waiting anymore. It was watching. I never thought I'd find myself sitting in a cafe at midnight, sipping lukewarm coffee, watching the rain smear the streetlights into long, blurry streaks. The city felt different at this hour, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. Maybe it was fitting. Tonight was supposed to be the end of this, one way or another. For weeks, someone had been watching me, using the voices of my closest friends to pull me deeper into a trap I couldn't see until it was too late. I thought it was random at first, a cruel prank, or maybe some sick joke on the internet. But the calls kept coming. Perfect imitations of laughter, phrases only my friends would use, even the pauses in their speech patterns. It wasn't just mimicry, it was obsession. Someone had memorized every detail of my life and used it against me. I rubbed my hands against the cold metal of the mug, feeling the roughness of the chipped rim beneath my fingertips. My skin prickled with a mixture of cold and anticipation. The plan was simple. I'd agreed to meet the caller tonight. Not because I trusted them, I didn't, but because I wanted to stop running. I wanted answers. Or at the very least, to see the face behind the voice. I glanced at my phone. No messages. No missed calls. Nothing. The screen's faint blue glow was the only light illuminating the otherwise darkened table. I'd arranged a meeting spot at the old pier, where the city's noise thinned out and the cold air bit into your skin like a warning. I was supposed to meet Emma there, the voice that had convinced me to show up. Except it wasn't Emma. It never was. A shadow moved across the window beside me. I blinked, heart stuttering. The cafe was nearly empty, just a couple of late-night workers hunched over their laptops, heads bobbing to the rhythm of their own exhaustion. Outside, a stray dog yipped in the distance. The smell of damp asphalt and wet leaves filtered through the cracked open door. It was strange how familiar and foreign everything felt at once. I told myself I was ready, but my hands trembled when I stood and pulled my jacket tighter around me. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, leaving the pavement slick and shiny under the dim glow of street lamps. The walk to the pier was quiet except for my footsteps and the occasional thud of a loose shutter banging against a storefront. When I arrived, the pier was deserted. The wooden boards creaked softly underfoot, the water below lapping with a muted, rhythmic hiss. The air smelled of salt and something metallic, maybe the rusted railings along the edge. My breath came out in short puffs, white and fleeting in the night. A voice came from the shadows, soft but unmistakably clear. You came. It wasn't Emma. It was deeper, colder. I recognized it immediately, even though I hadn't heard it before, not exactly. It was the voice that had been there all along, masquerading through the others. Why? My voice cracked. What do you want from me? The figure stepped forward. I could make out a man, tall, with sharp eyes that caught the faint light and held it like a trap. He wore a dark coat, and his hands were shoved deep into his pockets. There was no warmth in his expression, only a patient curiosity. You think this is about control, he said. But really, it's about connection. You and I were the same. Always watching, always waiting. I swallowed hard, the words sticking to my throat. You've been listening to everything. Every call, every message. How is that even possible? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Technology is a friend of mine. And people underestimate how much information they leave behind. You're not as careful as you think. Cold realization settled over me like a shroud. Every detail, the calls, the voices, the little nudges to go here or there had been orchestrated with precision. I was a puppet, and he held the strings. Why me? I whispered. Why use my friends' voices? He shrugged. Because trust is the most valuable currency. It breaks down barriers. Makes you vulnerable. That's the game. I took a step back, the rough wood scraping my shoe. What do you want in the end? To ruin me? To scare me? To what? To see if you'd fight, he said. To see if you'd notice the pieces moving around you. You did. That's why you're here. His words unsettled me, but beneath the fear, something else stirred. Defiance. I'd spent so long feeling hunted, but I wasn't just a victim. Not anymore. Then you lost, I said, voice steadier than I expected. Because I'm still standing. The man regarded me silently for a moment. Then, without another word, he turned and disappeared into the fog that was rolling in from the water. I stood there, the wet cold seeping through my jacket, the silence pressing in again. For the first time in weeks, I felt something shift inside me, not relief exactly, but closure. I didn't know who he was, not really. Maybe I never would. But I understood now what mattered, reclaiming my own life from the shadows he tried to cast over it. The walk back was slow. The city was waking up, the distant hum of early morning traffic blending with the chirp of birds. The rain had stopped, leaving a fresh scent in the air. It was a new day. Back in my apartment, I sat by the window, watching the sun rise over the rooftops. My phone buzzed another call. I stared at it, finger hovering over the screen. I didn't answer. Instead, I turned it off. Silence. Complete silence. And for the first time in a long time, peace. Story 6, El Mirador's Forgotten Return, Lost Memories Resurface. I never thought a place could feel so familiar without me ever having been there before. I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I stepped out of the terminal. The wind was sharper than I expected, biting at my cheeks with a cold that had nothing to do with the calendar. It was late afternoon, the kind of light that made shadows stretch and yawn long before the sun dipped below the jagged horizon. I should have felt a thrill, adventure, excitement, but instead, there was a quiet weight dragging in my chest, like a thread pulling me backward. The first person I spoke to was the taxi driver. His name was Tomas, or so he said, and he had a face that looked weathered by years of wind and sun, a patchwork of freckles and creases around his eyes that made his smile look practiced but not unkind. I asked him about the town where I was staying, a tiny place called El Mirador, perched precariously on a cliff above the sea. "You've been there before, haven't you?" Tomas said suddenly, turning to glance at me in the rearview mirror. His voice was low, almost conspiratorial, like he was sharing a secret I didn't know I already knew. I blinked. "No, this is my first time." He chuckled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "No one just shows up to El Mirador without a reason. You lived here before, didn't you?" "Some years back." I shook my head, but the words felt small and fragile, easily blown away by the draft sneaking through the cracked window. "I really haven't. I promise." He didn't press further, but his gaze lingered, and I could feel it like a weight settling on my skin. Later, at the small cafe where I stopped for a cup of coffee, the barista, a woman named Alina, smiled as she handed me my drink. "You're back earlier than I expected," she said, her voice gentle but edged with something I couldn't place. "You always preferred the window seat, by the way." I frowned. "I don't think I've been here before." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You have. You sat here, almost exactly like this, watching the rain one afternoon. You were waiting for someone." I stirred my coffee, the metal spoon clinking against the ceramic cup, a sound too bright in the low hum of conversations. "I'm not sure you're talking to the right person." Alina looked away for a moment, then back. "Maybe. Or maybe you just don't remember." It was the phrase that stuck with me long after I left the cafe. Not you don't remember, but maybe you don't remember. As if the possibility that I'd forgotten something important wasn't just plausible but expected. I told myself it was the jet lag playing tricks on me, the odd sensation of being somewhere strange and yet strangely known. I tried to focus on the little things, the rough plaster on the cafe walls, the faint smell of cinnamon in the air, the way the wooden floorboards creaked underfoot. I noticed the way the sky was bruised purple and gray, the distant call of a dog that sounded too lonely to be comforting, the taste of the coffee bitter and sharp on my tongue. The town itself was quiet, the streets almost empty except for a few locals who smiled with something between recognition and curiosity when they saw me. No one seemed surprised to see me, which only deepened the unease settling like fog under my skin. At the small hotel where I checked in, the receptionist greeted me with a warm familiarity that bordered on unsettling. "Welcome back," she said, her eyes flashing briefly with something I couldn't place. Was it worry? Or something sharper? "I've never been here before," I replied, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. She nodded, as if she'd expected that. "You stayed here once, years ago. It was a brief visit, but you left quite an impression." I tried to remember, but nothing came. No memory, no photograph, no fragment of a past self in this place. That night, I lay awake listening to the sound of rain tapping against the window pane, a steady, mournful rhythm that made the silence in the room feel heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was someone else in this town who knew me better than I knew myself, someone who had seen me, remembered me, and was waiting for me to come back. I reached for my phone to check the time, but the screen was cracked in a way I hadn't noticed before, jagged lines spiderwebbing across the glass like a map I didn't understand. I tried to lock the screen, but the device stuttered, freezing for a moment before flickering back to life. A message popped up. "You're late." I stared at the words, the slow pulse of dread blooming in my stomach. I didn't know who had sent it. I didn't know why. But I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to find the answers in this quiet town alone. Outside, the rain softened to a drizzle, and somewhere far away, a bell rang. A sound that seemed to echo through the empty streets and into the corners of my mind where memory should have been. I closed my eyes, trying to push it all away, to convince myself that tomorrow would be different, that I'd wake up and find the place as unfamiliar as I expected it to be. But the feeling lingered. The feeling that I was already late for something I had forgotten, and that someone was waiting for me to remember. The rain had stopped when I finally dragged myself out of the cramped bed, but the air inside the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was still thick with the smell of damp wood and stale cigarette smoke. I sat up, rubbing my face, trying to shake the growing knot in my stomach. The bell that had tolled somewhere beyond the empty streets stayed with me, a sound that felt like an echo from a life I had no memory of. I kept thinking about all the locals I'd spoken to since landing, the way their eyes lit up at my arrival, as if greeting an old friend. They talked about things I couldn't place, a shop I'd never visited, a man who apparently knew me intimately, even a child with my name. All lies. I told myself that, but the truth was starting to slip through the cracks in my own mind. Morning came slow, and with it, the decision that I couldn't wait any longer. I had to start looking for answers, and fast. I pulled on a coat that smelled faintly of mothballs and stepped outside. The streets were still slick from the rain, reflecting the pale light of a sun that struggled to break through the low, gray clouds. The town felt frozen, its silence heavier somehow than it had been the night before. I noticed the faintest sound of footsteps behind me, but when I glanced back, there was no one there. Just the empty road curling into the mist. My first stop was the small cafe that a woman named Mariella had mentioned the day before. She had insisted I come by, said there were people who could help me remember. I wasn't sure if I believed her, but I needed to try. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of roasted coffee beans and something sweet, cinnamon, maybe. The walls were decorated with faded photographs, the kind that made me feel like an outsider looking in. Mariella was there, her dark eyes sharp, her hands wrapped tightly around a chipped mug. "You came," she said quietly, as if surprised. "Good. We don't have much time." I sat down across from her, my fingers tracing the rough grain of the wooden table. "What do you mean?" "Time for what?" My voice sounded too loud in the quiet room. She hesitated, then leaned closer, lowering her voice. "You're not the only one who's confused. There have been others, strangers who come here, just like you. They say they've never been here before, but the town remembers them. And it never forgets." I blinked. "The town remembers?" Mariella nodded. "This place. It has a way of pulling people back into lives they don't recognize. People who should have left, but didn't. People who she stopped, biting her lip. People who disappeared. The word hung between us like a fog. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Disappear how? She glanced around, then whispered, vanished without a trace. Some say it's because they tried to leave without settling their debts. Others think it's the town itself, that it doesn't let you escape. I laughed, but it was hollow and brittle. That sounds like a horror story. But it's not, she said, eyes steady. Come with me. She stood abruptly and motioned toward the back door. Outside, the air was colder now, sharp with the scent of wet earth and something metallic I couldn't place. We walked through narrow alleys where peeling posters clung to cracked walls, their faces faded and unrecognizable. At the end of one lane, Mariella stopped in front of a small, unmarked building with a rusted metal door. This is where it started, she said. For the last one. She pulled out an old key, its surface worn smooth by time, and unlocked the door. Inside, the room was dim, lit only by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were lined with shelves, crowded with notebooks, photographs, and faded newspaper clippings. Mariella picked up a notebook, opened it carefully, and handed it to me. The pages were filled with handwriting that looked familiar, although I couldn't explain why. Sketches of streets, notes about people, dates that didn't match anything in my memory. And then, among the clutter, a photo slipped out. It was me, or someone who looked exactly like me, standing next to a woman I didn't know, smiling in front of the town's old church. I turned the photo over. Written in faint ink was a date 5 years ago. My hands trembled. I looked up at Mariella. I don't remember any of this. She sighed. No one does, at first. But the town remembers you. Her voice was soft but insistent. And it's waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't know. But the weight of it pressed down on me like a stone in my chest. I had to find out who that woman in the photo was. Who I was. Outside, a dog barked somewhere distant, sharp and sudden against the quiet. The metal door creaked as it swung shut behind me. The rain had started again, tapping against the pavement in a steady rhythm. I pulled my coat tighter and looked back at the building. The notebook felt heavy in my bag, like a secret I wasn't ready to carry yet. But I had no choice. The town wasn't finished with me. And neither was I with it. I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the chill and the uncertainty ahead. Somewhere out there, answers waited buried beneath years of silence and shadows. The streetlights flickered above, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to reach for me. My footsteps echoed softly against the wet pavement, each step pulling me further from the familiar and deeper into the unknown. The notebook's pages whispered possibilities, but also warnings I had to tread carefully. A sudden rustle from the alleyway made me freeze. Out stepped a figure, hood pulled low, hands shoved deep into the pockets of a threadbare jacket. You shouldn't be out here alone. The voice was low, edged with something I couldn't place, concern? Or something darker. I forced a smile, trying to mask the surge of unease. Neither should you. The figure hesitated, then nodded slightly. Name's Eli. Heard you've got that notebook. His eyes flicked to my bag, sharp and searching. I clutched the strap tighter. Maybe I do. Why does it matter to you? Eli took a step closer, voice barely above the rain. Because that notebook. It's more than just pages. It's what they don't want you to find. And if you're looking for answers, you'll need someone who knows how to read between the lines. For a moment, I considered turning back, leaving the secrets buried where they belonged. But the weight in my bag reminded me I couldn't. Not now. All right, I said, voice steady. I'm listening. Eli's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile as he pulled his hood back, revealing eyes that had seen too much. Good. Because the town's shadows are about to get a lot darker. The rain had eased, but the sky remained a bruised purple, the kind of pre-dawn color that makes shadows seem heavier. We moved inside a cramped cafe a few blocks from the station. The place smelled of stale coffee and damp wood, the kind of smell that clings to your clothes and refuses to leave. A flickering neon sign outside cast intermittent red light through the grimy window, painting Eli's face in sharp, uneasy angles. He ordered 2 black coffees, and we sat at a corner table, the small space between us filled with the quiet hum of an old refrigerator and the occasional scrape of a chair. So, Eli began, voice low, "This notebook you're carrying, it's not just a diary, is it?" I pulled it out slowly, fingers brushing the worn leather cover. "No. It's complicated. It belonged to my grandfather. There's stuff in here about the town, our town, apparently, that doesn't line up with any history I know. People I've never met, places I don't remember." Eli nodded, as if he'd been waiting for me to say that. "You're not the first to come back here confused. But the thing is, it's not just about missing memories. It's about who controls what you remember." I blinked. "Controls my memories?" He leaned closer, voice dropping further. "There's a network. People in the town who decide which parts of your past you get to keep, and which parts get erased or rewritten. If you ask me, it's not magic or science fiction. It's manipulation. Psychological. Social. Sometimes even physical." The last word hovered between us, heavy and unspoken. My hands trembled slightly. The idea felt absurd, yet every interaction I had since landing twisted into something sinister under this new light. Why would they do that? For what purpose? Eli's eyes darkened. Control. Loyalty. To keep the town's secrets buried. To keep people like you from digging too deep. I glanced at my notebook again, tracing the faded ink on the page, the names and dates that didn't make sense. I thought I was just here to find some family history. Now it feels like I'm trapped in someone else's story. He exhaled sharply. "You are. And every step you take from here unlocks you in tighter." I swallowed hard. "Is there a way out?" Eli shook his head. "Not anymore. Once you start pulling at these threads, they notice. They watch. And they don't like to be watched." A cold breeze slipped in through a cracked window, carrying a faint, sour smell like rotting fruit mixed with wet stone. It made my stomach twist. Outside, the street was empty, save for a stray dog barking distantly, its voice echoing hollowly through the damp air. "Who exactly is they?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He looked around the cafe, eyes flicking to the door and back, then back again. "It's not one person. It's a group. Elders, business owners, even some from the local government. They've been here for decades, weaving stories and controlling the narrative. Anyone who remembers differently gets dealt with." "Dealt with how?" I pressed, feeling the room shrink around me. "Isolation. Discrediting. Sometimes just making your life so miserable you leave. Other times," he paused, swallowing hard, "they make sure you forget you even wanted to leave." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Forgetting to want freedom. That sounded worse than any physical threat. I leaned back, trying to steady my breathing. "So, I'm caught in a place where reality is rewritten around me, and no one's going to tell me what's true or not." Eli gave a bitter laugh. "Welcome to the real nightmare." The cafe door jingled, and my head snapped up. A woman entered, soaked from the rain, eyes scanning the room quickly. She paused, her gaze locking on Eli and me. There was something familiar in her stare, too familiar for comfort. Eli stiffened. "Stay here," he hissed, then stood and walked toward her. I watched as they exchanged curt words, the woman's voice sharp but hushed. I caught only fragments. "He's here, not supposed to be, following orders." The woman's eyes flicked to me, a warning buried deep in their depths. When Eli returned, his expression was grim. "That was Marla. She's part of the group keeping tabs on newcomers. If she spotted you, you're already on their radar." My hands clenched around the notebook. "Can I leave? Just go back home?" Eli's face hardened. "No. Not this time. Once they set eyes on you, they don't let go. You've crossed a line. The only way out is through." The weight of his words pressed down as the first light of dawn crept through the window, casting long shadows that seemed to crawl toward me. I swallowed again, tasting the bitter tang of fear mixed with determination. "You said you know how to read between the lines," I said quietly. "What now?" He met my gaze steadily. "Now, you learn who to trust. And who's just another shadow waiting to pull you under." The cafe's old clock chimed 7 times, each gong reverberating through the silence between us. I glanced at the notebook again, the ink seeming suddenly alive, whispering secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. Outside, the streets were waking. But for me, the journey had already crossed a point of no return. The cafe's clock had just struck 7 when Eli's words settled around me like a lead blanket. I didn't move. My hands still gripped the notebook, knuckles pale. I wanted to believe I could just get up and leave, walk out of this strange city before it swallowed me whole. But Eli's gaze held me, steady and unyielding. The weight in his eyes said no. "We have to start," he said. "Now." The air between us was thick with something unspoken. The smell of burnt coffee lingered, harsh and bitter, clinging to the threadbare upholstery and chipped ceramic cups. A distant dog barked, sharp and insistent, cutting through the early morning quiet. I swallowed hard. The taste of stale coffee and fear mingled on my tongue. "We think they're watching you," Eli continued, voice low. "Not just strangers. People who know you. People you don't remember." I blinked. "I don't remember. None of it. How is that even possible?" "Because you did live that life," he said. "Some version of it. But something broke the chain. Something erased you." His words hit me like a cold wave. My mind scrambled, trying to grasp what that meant. Alternate memories, erased pasts, people calling me by names that felt like strangers' whispers. I rubbed my temples, the rough plaster of the wall pressing cold against my skin. So what now? What am I supposed to do with this? This other me? My voice cracked, fatigue and frustration twisting tight in my throat. Eli slid a folded piece of paper across the table. "This is where you were last seen. That night. You vanished. Everyone thought you ran off. But we know better now." I unfolded the paper carefully. A grainy photograph showed a street corner, dimly lit by a flickering street lamp. Shadows pulled in the cracks of the pavement. I traced the edges with a trembling finger. "Why show me this?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Because you need to go back," he said. "Back to that place. Find what you left behind. Or what left you." I closed my eyes briefly. The thought made my stomach twist. I wanted to argue, to say no. But the knot in my gut told me it was true. I had no choice. Eli stood, tension radiating from his broad shoulders. I'll take you there. The cafe door creaked open. A chill wind pushed inside, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant rain. Outside, the city was waking, but it felt like we were stepping deeper into a nightmare. We walked in silence through narrow alleyways slick with overnight dew. The early morning light failed to reach these parts, swallowed by tangled wires and peeling paint. My footsteps echoed on cracked concrete, uneven and uncertain. Who are they? I asked at last. The ones watching me. Eli hesitated. People who don't want you to remember. People who want that other you to stay gone. A low rumble of thunder rolled overhead, distant but growing. The air thickened, heavy with impending storm. We stopped beneath the street lamp from the photo. Its pale glow flickered erratically, casting jagged shadows that danced like ghosts. I looked around, heart hammering as the silence pressed in. Here, Eli said. This is where it started. I scanned the street. Nothing seemed out of place. No crowds, no faces from the past. Just cracked sidewalks and the smell of wet asphalt. Then how do I find it? I whispered. How do I find what I forgot? Eli's eyes met mine. You listen. You watch. You remember even when it hurts. A sudden movement caught the corner of my eye, a figure slipping between buildings, quick and silent. I turned, but the shadow melted into the gloom. My breath hitched. Did you see that? I asked, voice tense. Eli nodded. They're close. Too close. A knot tightened in my chest. I wanted to run, but my feet stayed rooted. The notebook felt like a lifeline in my pocket, pages fluttering with secrets waiting to be uncovered. We don't have much time, Eli said, voice dropping to a whisper. If they want you gone, they'll come for you before nightfall. I swallowed again. The sky darkened, clouds gathering like a shroud. The first drops of rain splattered cold against my skin. Then I guess I'm not leaving, I said, voice steadier than I felt. Not yet. The street lamp flickered one last time before plunging us into near darkness. Silence. Complete silence. Then footsteps, soft, deliberate, approaching from the shadows. I tensed, the notebook digging into my palm. Eli's hand brushed mine, steadying, warning. Stay close, he said. My heart pounded against ribs that felt too tight, my breath shallow and sharp. The street seemed to close in, walls leaning, shadows thickening. I wasn't just chasing a past I didn't remember. I was running headlong into something waiting, watching, and ready to pull me under. And now, I was exactly where I never wanted to be. The figure emerged, a silhouette framed by the dim glow of a flickering street lamp. Eli's grip tightened, a silent signal to be ready. I forced myself to meet the stranger's eyes, searching for any hint of recognition, but found only cold indifference. The air grew heavier, charged with tension. Whatever this was, it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The silence shattered as footsteps approached, slow and deliberate, echoing through the empty street. The footsteps stopped. You shouldn't be here, the stranger said, voice low, almost a whisper but sharp enough to cut through the silence. I glanced at Eli, whose jaw tightened. Who are you? I managed, voice hoarse, uneven. The stranger's eyes never wavered, cold and unreadable. You don't remember because you weren't meant to, came the reply. But you came back anyway. The air seemed to thicken, pressing in around us. My throat closed. What did that even mean? I wanted to shake my head, to tell myself this was some sick joke. But the truth sat heavy, like a stone in my gut. The stranger stepped back, blending into the shadows again, leaving us alone with the echo of those last words. Eli exhaled, slow and steady. "We need to get out of here," he said. I nodded, but my legs felt rooted to the cracked pavement. We didn't speak much on the way back to the small guest house Eli had arranged. The narrow streets felt different now, more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were watching. The air smelled damp, with faint hints of burnt wood and something sour, old garbage maybe, or something worse. I kept rubbing my arms, trying to shake the chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "You need to rest," Eli said once we were inside, the door clicking shut behind us. The light bulb overhead flickered, casting a lazy yellow glow on peeling wallpaper. The room smelled faintly of mildew and lemon cleaner. It was hardly comforting. I sank onto the edge of the bed, fingers still trembling. What was that? Who was he? Eli sat on the chair across from me, running a hand through his hair. There's no easy way to explain it. But the people who've been watching you, they're part of something bigger. They want to keep you from remembering. Remember what? The words caught in my throat. He hesitated. You had a life here before. Not the one you know, not the one you remember. But it happened. They erased it, or tried to. Maybe you blocked it yourself. But it's still there. And it's dangerous. I closed my eyes, the notebook's worn cover pressing into my palm. The faces, the names, the places I didn't know but everyone else seemed to. What kind of life was that? A shadow life, growing in the dark while I slept through it. Why me? I whispered. Why would anyone want to do that? Eli looked away, jaw clenched. Because you knew too much. You saw things you weren't supposed to. Maybe you threatened something. Or someone. I couldn't picture it. Me, a threat. I could barely keep my own history straight. The next morning, the sun pierced through the thin curtains in sharp beams, dust motes swirling lazily in the light. I woke early, the room feeling strange, like the walls were still closing in. The air smelled fresher than the night before, but there was a metallic taste in my mouth, dry and bitter. I sat up and opened the notebook. The pages were filled with scribbles, names, dates, places I had no memory of visiting. Yet the handwriting was unmistakably mine. There was a photograph tucked between the pages, a younger version of me, smiling beside a woman I didn't recognize, her arm around my shoulder like we were close. Eli, I said when he came in, coffee mug in hand. Who is she? He glanced at the photo, face unreadable. That's Anna. She was. Someone important to you. Was? The word caught in my throat again. Gone, he said simply. But not forgotten. I traced her face with my finger, the paper rough beneath my skin. The image stirred something deep inside, something I couldn't name but felt aching to reclaim. I wanted to remember, even if it hurt. Over the next few days, Eli helped me piece together fragments of that lost life. We visited places from the notebook, cafes, parks, a small art studio tucked away behind a market. Everywhere, the locals greeted me like an old friend, their eyes warm but tinged with sadness. They told stories, laughed softly, shared memories I couldn't grasp but longed to. I was haunted by the gaps, the shadows between their words. And yet, with each step, the strange unease that gripped me began to loosen. I wasn't sure if it was relief or something darker, or resignation to a past I could never truly own. One afternoon, Eli and I sat by the river that cut through the town, watching ripples blur the reflection of the cloudy sky. Do you think it's really over? I asked, voice barely above the water's murmur. He shrugged. Maybe not. But you're stronger than you think. You faced it. What they wanted was to keep you silent, lost. You're anything but. I wanted to believe him. To believe I could reclaim myself, even if that meant living with the fragments of a life I'd never fully understand. That night, alone in the guest house, the silence was different. Not empty or threatening, but full of possibility, of memory waiting to be found. I opened the notebook one last time, fingers steady now. The words looked less like a trap and more like a map. Outside, a dog barked somewhere distant. The plaster on the wall felt rough and real beneath my fingertips. I breathed in the smell of old wood and lemon cleaner, the faint hum of the city beyond these thin walls. I wasn't the same person who'd arrived here, chasing ghosts I didn't remember. I was someone new, afraid, uncertain, but awake. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough.